Hello everyone. How's everyone doing today? I figured I would. I'm done with episode one, but I figured I would do a. I did a Plagueis stream this morning talking about more Plagueis, but I figured I would go through one last time watching episode one and give you my commentary on how the process of how I made this movie and everything. And yeah, so I I also enjoy your guys' support, and I kind of want you to. I've seen a lot of questions, and I'm gonna be answering them directly while watching them, while also giving my thoughts on the on my own creative process in doing this. But we're gonna begin. So I'll be reading the chat, so I will pause sometimes, but I'm gonna go through it frame by frame. But here we go. So instead of the hello. So instead of the traditional opening crawl, I kind of did something similar to Ahsoka, where Ahsoka had this kind of ambient, like dark. Originally, I was gonna do a traditional opening crawl, but you kind of need something different than that. It's not a mainstream Star Wars movie. It's something darker. It's the dark point of view. Uh, Also, I did a mistake. I said century. I meant to put centuries. You know, the rule of two has been there for centuries. I accidentally put century, so that was more of a minor flub on my mistake. But so by the way, hellos who's listening and all that. All right. So that is the model from Jedi Outcast, Gallic, I used for the mining droid. So here's a question I get a lot.
Darth Bane's early years.
Here's a question I get a lot from people: why Plagueis wears a mask in the first 10 minutes? Oh, that's the wrong one. Trying to put the subtitles. Let me know if I'm also quiet.
Based on the data I am receiving, 82% of
those are some audiobook lines I kept in. I kind of like the droid's voice.
Is consistent with what I was told to expect.
I did.
Master.
Of no consequence.
I do not share your plans for this discovery.
But the reason why Plagueis wears a mask in the beginning is because the mine is supposed to be toxic. And that's why it has a kind of reddish glow. It kind of gives it like a toxic look. Obviously, it says this in the book, so I'm just following the book. So some of the details of this are sketchier because with the limitations of machinima, a lot of this is like sketchy. So the droid's supposed to be like very deeper in there, apparently. He's supposed to be miles below the core, and he's not. That was just a mistake on my end, because I probably second glanced those paragraphs and stuff like that. Also, apparently, Tenebris is supposed to be the same size as Plagueis, because Plagueis is pretty tall in this movie. That was another mistake I found. I kind of like that idea that Tenebris is small. Plagueis is supposed to be a tall boy, so
Tell the probe to stop.
Why are you interfering?
That indicates a more
concentration in the so one of the bigger questions was Palpatine meant to be autism coded, because the voice actor really came across as one. Actually, Steven, we'll get to that, but there's some truth to that.
Is it still within range?
we will talk about more when we get to that part of the movie. Um,
I have, sir, and all systems are nominal. The unit's
this
inability
was
to
the first
respond-
scene we did. Originally, this was with the audiobook voices until I changed. We got original voice actor. The voice of Plagueis. I get this a lot. Why Plagueis sounds like Dooku. The reason why Plagueis sounds like Dooku,
Who procured the probe?
he sounds much different than Daniel Davis' take. The reason why he sounds like Dooku is both a creative choice and it's kind of a choice. It didn't come. See, the voice actor for Plagueis was actually doing an impression of Daniel Davis. He was actually following the audio book lines as reference, and in fact, he was even keeping the same pace
I will need to remain
of the
careful.
voice lines. He would send me like 5 voice lines per take, 5 lines per take. I
Useful.
see what he sounds younger than he's. The voice actor is pretty younger with his vocals. Here's what happened. Using post production, I wanted to give Plagueis a more alien voice. I kind of wanted to add a kind of grill into his throat with Plagueis, and it kind of gives this bassy pitch, deep pitch voice in his throat. The way, there's tons of here. I gotta pause it here though. We're pausing the commentary, but there's a lot of errors here from the book. People have pointed out, like there's no ship. There's no ship. Apparently, Plagueis. I made it more like Plagueis intentionally makes the rocks cascade in that moment rather than him moving the rocks over to Tenebris. That was. I kind of like the idea that he directly killed Plagueis, taking an opportunity because he's an opportunist. People can say that's out of character, but that's just the way adaptation is. Also, the fact that the ship, there's a couple lines I removed referencing the ship to try to fix that error that there's no ship there. Because as we know, Plagueis goes on foot to his own to the Baldemnik spaceport.
Master,
But
all your strength.
I can bring help. There's time.
I'm dying, Darth.
but onto also Duncan Bruce, who plays Tenebris. I just deepened his voice and added a flange to it. Kind of gives it an alien like raspy sound. I asked him to be like he's dying. I'm dying, Darth Plagueis. That's the intention of the voice right there.
I did all that I
He
could.
didn't really base the voice on Tenebris. Apparently, someone told me that Tenebris and Plagueis were based on Bela Lugosi and Boris Karloff. That their relationship of horror icons, unless that was Fulcrum Entertainment, which I don't know.
Than to perish at your hand.
As Darth Bane would have wished.
Plagueis is
Find
very
behind the
Dooku-like.
probe, Master.
Subtext, my
Thank you, Hassan, for coming
Will
by.
avenge you.
will you,
This kind of plays out like
you are fated to bring the Sith imperative to fruition, Plagueis.
some of the subtitles are incorrect,
To bring the Jedi
but
to its knees and save the rest of the galaxy.
I filmed this on a map. I couldn't find a really good cave map, so I filmed this in a map called Naboo Sanctuary. So it's kind of like the mines of Naboo, but I think it fit. I added like a color filter, as you see. It's like gives it a reddish hue. It's supposed to be black. It's like a reddish hue,
Yes,
something like that.
Master. Your death comes at my
And here you can tell that. I want to just point out that here, an important detail about Nick doing the voice of Plagueis. He is copying the same way. For reference, he is copying the same way Daniel Davis did the voice of Plagueis here, because you can tell. Granted, as the movie goes on, he makes it more his own. But
To prolong that made on Shin. Nels invigorate his alliance, deep into the consciousness, the behavior ship crushed. Plagueis leaned away from him. Nervous was but he was perpetuation with.
here we go. Here we go.
You said yourself that perpetuation with purpose is the way to victory, and so it is. Go to your grave knowing that you are last of the old order.
Bidding. You said yourself that perpetuation with purpose is the way to victory, and so it is. Go to your grave knowing that you are last of the old order, the vaunted rule of two, and that the new order begins now, and will for 1,000 years remain in my control.
Now you see he is actually trying to do an impression of Daniel Davis the best he could, because that was the same cadence and whatnot. I'm just trying to point out what a lot of people seem to see. But see, the voice does come Dooku because I think it's the pitch of his voice. It's the what it just kind of comes across that way, so to speak.
Skillful use of surprise and misdirection. Perhaps I was wrong to think you had no stomach for it.
The dark side guided me to the
How many weeks did this work on? This took, I started this late March. After this, I started early March, because this was a separate video that became a movie, basically. Because I was never going to adapt Plagueis as a movie. I was working on other stuff. But it kind of just came, you know, the projects like this kind of just come.
Correct after all.
I'll find a way home, Tenebris.
What are my thoughts on Plagueis cameo and the Acolyte? We're not even going to talk about the Acolyte here. Yeah. So here, I talked with the voice, the music composer Max Cashnow. Some interesting details. I wanted kind of like a Sith, like when we're thinking of the theme of Darth Plagueis. When we're thinking of the themes of Darth Plagueis, we're looking a lot towards the scene in Revenge of the Sith with the Plagueis theme, where he's like the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise. And it kind of came into that. But then I told Max Cashnow, you know what? We need to figure out a original theme for Darth Plagueis, something that isn't just home. And he came up with this tune, and which I liked a lot. This is Bald Demnick. This was filmed in VR chat. I was trying to find a good coastal map. I liked this map because it reminds me of like those isles in like Russia. You know, those like northern isles in Russia and stuff, and England. Alright, so the title, the episode 1, The Phantom Apprentice. The original title was actually The Phantom Acolyte. It was originally The Phantom Acolyte, or the I didn't use the Act 1 title because that's too on the nose. Recruitment, as this is in the book. And Phantom Apprentice was used in the Clone Wars, but obviously it's more about Palpatine, and it could refer to both. It refers mainly to Palpatine that
Claim your stake to the dark side. Act now and be done with this.
So the voice you're hearing is Daniel Davis. But what is the voice? The voice is actually the voice of the Force calling to Plagueis to let his life go, because he's pretty much on his own in this land. If you read the book, it makes sense. But it's kind of like a whisper voice. All right, the Woebegone. I did research before I used this ship. Apparently, it did appear in the Phantom Menace. this kind of ship does appear in the Phantom Menace. I thought it was
No
exclusive to the
oversights this
OT.
run.
We take your
Surprisingly, I wasn't gonna. Okay, for the Woebegone crew, I wasn't gonna use their species as they were described in the book. I was just gonna use generic species, but I found out that you could use the species like anyway. I had models of the species, and they looked perfect for the. So I just went ahead and used them. This is to give you the names of who they are. If you haven't read the novel, this is Pepe. He's a Kalish warrior, the same race as Grievous. Grievous.
Dumbass mistakes.
That's Wandao, the Klatituinian, who actually has the wrong voice line. That's actually meant for Dudo.
I'm serious.
And that's Captain Elim Law.
This ship operates as a democracy. I'm your captain, because knowing who's good at what is just something I have a talent for. Do I ever tell you how to pilot? Do I ever question your decisions?
A fun fact about this and the book: a human doesn't appear till for quite a while.
No, Captain.
And that's Pruneface from the OT, which surprisingly
Either we
I had.
turn a profit on this run, or we think about going to the huts for another loan. And don't any of you fool yourselves into thinking that we can float an honest loan.
All right. So another thing I have to address is this word for word the book? Obviously, I can't do word for word because some idiots in the comments have told me, why don't you use the audiobook word for word? This is actually cut down. This conversation exchange goes on longer in the book, where they talk about how she flirted with some people and whatnot, and that's, trying to make deals. I removed that because it took too much time away. Just really get into the point.
Bank worth its assets is going to accept the Woebegone as collateral.
There's also a lot of subtle dialogue edits that kind of condense the dialogue, make it more like yes, exactly, about the thoughts. When doing this, I also cut down this scene where she's supposed to go, are we ready, 11-4D? And he's like, ready, sir. I cut that down because the voice actress, she did not do those lines, but I forgive her because she's been been ill lately. So, but she managed to get me these voice lines, so I'm glad you did it, Thea. If you're listening, thank you so much for the voice lines. But I cut that scene out because just get to the point. I also love the strings in this scene.
We need your input on something. You are fated to bring the Sith imperative to fruition, Plagueis. It falls to you to bring the Jedi Order.
This part I do not think is in the book.
The rest of the galaxy sentient from themselves.
I don't know if this was in the book. I think I added that for cinematic
You're
effect.
not listed on the shipping manifest, stranger.
Yep.
I confess to being a stowaway.
So if you don't pay attention to the dialogue, he's supposed to be in a crate full of sea creatures.
Captain.
I tried to make that obvious with the sound effects
creatures
stuff.
make a comfortable bed.
Those creatures are how we make our living, Mune. And right now they aren't worth a carking credit.
I apologize for spoiling some of your cargo.
This is also the Firefly
The
ship.
coolant. How did
For
you
the
survive
interior.
that?
Has anyone
We
seen
mutants have
Serenity?
3 hearts. 2 of them are under voluntary control, so I was able to keep my blood circulating and my body temperature close to normal.
Speaking of blood, you're leaking some.
A result of an unfortunate accident. But
Okay.
thank you for noticing.
Oh.
We have a medical droid. I'll have it take a look at your injury.
That's very kind of you, Captain.
The music score, I wanted it to be kind of intense. Originally, it was supposed to be suspenseful. There was no music. It was kind of just eerie because this guy is kind of just. It's kind of strange. He's on this ship.
From the Braxton clan.
Hey, Darth Urbex, how you doing?
Probably the last species we'd expect to find stowing away in a cargo container.
I can well imagine.
Kanmia's spaceport has passenger flights to Bimisari. You couldn't wait, or you're out of credits.
Yeah, you're at the credits.
To be honest, I
this
wish to
whole
avoid
Woebegone
common
exchange is
spaceways.
again cut down. There's a lot.
you a
There's some
fugitive?
exposition that goes on.
I do, however, value my privacy.
What brought you to Baldemne commune?
I'm not at liberty to divulge the nature of
You have my activities.
Banking clan investment.
Banking clan. Oh lord. That's all the Mune's school, Captain.
Not all of us are bankers
Plagueis
or
sounds like
lawyers.
Dooku.
No more
Hey,
than
Dan the man, how
Alta
you
Brutus or
doing?
pacifists.
Be better for you if you were a financial wizard, to avoid being jettisoned from our ship.
Kalish, same species as Grievous.
Captain,
Yes.
I appreciate that you and
General
your crew
Grievous. Yeah, it's stated in the book that he is a Kalish, so I'm just keeping in I'm just keeping
questions
in
about
with the
me,
book's wording.
But
So
perhaps
it's got
for the sake of simplicity, the two of us could speak privately for a moment. Strictly in the interest of facilitating an agreement.
I won't be long.
We'll be returning soon enough.
Thank you, Captain.
Enough.
a brief break. I have to use the restroom. To answer your last question, Dan the man, you hyped for Skeleton Crew. How's the Plagueis series coming? Dan the man, episode 1 is released. You can watch it now. We're doing the commentary for this. I'm just taking a brief, what do you call it? Pee-pee break. Pee-pee. You know, funny enough, the Kalish's name is
Enough of the
Pepe.
polite jabber.
So,
Who are you?
1 second here. The power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
And why didn't you leave
All right,
Baldemic
back to
aboard
the
whatever
commentary.
craft brought you here?
Before we go into any of that, suppose we assess the present situation squarely. I've stood away aboard your vessel in the hope of arranging quick passage to Mutinist.
Nick was the first one to deliver voice lines, so I kind of based a lot of the shots on his
Fortunately for both of us, I'm
on
in a
his
position
delivery.
to reward you handsomely for transport. And of course, I'll cover the cost of whatever precious cargo I've ruined. You need only quote a reasonable price, and the deal can be concluded. I assure you, Captain, that I
A
am
refresher.
of my word.
I am
Leaving
immune
aside
of
your
my
identity
word.
for the moment, you know, the important things. Your onward passage is a matter I'll have to take
The
up
model
with the
of
crew.
Captain Elam Law, I
That's
think,
sure I
is
understand. You are the Woebegone
that-
captain. Are you
the
not?
Togruta
We're
crew,
equals
the
aboard this ship.
Togruta from the Old Republic. I forgot her name. I don't play the Old
In that
Republic.
case, Captain, I await the results of the summit.
You're going to have to sit tight in the meantime.
That's
Take as
not
much
Thea's
time as
voice.
needed.
That's the voice. That's actually the voice actor of. That's Daniel Davis's. There's some voice lines she missed, but I kept them in using Daniel Davis's voice.
The Ithor, the closer I am to home.
How do you know we're bound for Ithor?
The same way I know that your name is Helan La. I'm not a telepath, Captain La. After I selected your ship from among those on the field, I sliced into Galactic spaceport network.
Why the Wobicon men?
When the whole one, my intention was when he mentions Ithor, there is kind of a tension,
Captain, unless I
because
know
there's something off about this guy, something off. Because how could he know they were going to Ithor? And I wanted that expressed in the music, and kind of make it tense.
Immune to do that.
That's yours truly playing that role.
When have you ever known a Mune, period?
Alright then, when have you ever heard about Immune doing that?
I'll be waiting for my Oscar next week. The whole chapter is Among Us. Yeah, basically.
What's your gut tell you about him, Captain? Is he willing to cover the cost of the spoiled cargo?
This scene is also cut down from the book.
But
a lot of voice lines are a lot of the book is trimmed here.
Or we drop him off at our first stop and make him someone else's problem.
Or we could just jettison him now.
We don't know if he told someone on Baldenic about his plan. His disappearance could put us in serious muck.
Serious muck.
What's the verdict, Captain?
I think we should get him off our hands as soon as possible.
I kind of like this, this vibe that they spend so much. The funny thing is, they spend so much debating what to do with him.
Is he willing to
they don't realize that he already decided their fate.
He said he would.
As soon as he got on.
Take him to Ithor.
It says here that he not just got on. He decided their fate as soon as he saw the spaceport. So this whole
I'll go one step further.
debate
I mean, this moon could be a jackpot that's fallen right into our laps.
Yo, what up, Chuck?
Weren't you just saying that no bank would ever grant us a loan against the war?
How long did it take to make this? 5 months. I did this.
Can provide all the
I used the audiobook as reference, and I actually finished this all in June, an audiobook version with no of the original music. And then it was later on that we got voice lines, and then we just added the voice lines. So.
Meaning what? We hold him for ransom.
We don't have to call it that.
Plagueis could have.
Well,
Plagueis should,
maybe.
If they just gave,
but we're not
if
about
they just
to do it again.
helped Plagueis do what he wanted, they would have had no issue.
Okay. So I was just thinking out loud.
But one of my biggest intentions was to make something that you don't need to read the Plagueis, or you've never heard the Plagueis audiobook. You hear all those boring lore videos of, ooh, hello everyone. Oh, by the way, hold on. Am I hyped for Skeleton Crew? I need to answer this from Dan the Man. Skeleton Crew looks okay. I wasn't a fan of the Earth planet, though. I think that aesthetic's going a little bit too far.
Captain,
but back to the commentary.
It is regarded that moons are not known to travel unaccompanied without ample reason for doing so. In fact,
1140 is based directly on Daniel Davis' performance. Not Daniel Davis, played by Duncan Bruce, who just he did the impression of Daniel Davis.
To leave Munilist.
A lot of the voices in this is based on Daniel Davis's voice portrayals.
For any purpose other than to transact business negotiations.
That's exactly what I said about collateral.
Like the Kalish Pepe is based on Daniel Davis.
Has to be some financial reason.
Actually, no. He's based on those cat people from Skyrim.
But him being on Baldemnic,
I kind of feel like he would sound like one of those cat people.
Deal in the works we might be able to get in on. A construction project, maybe.
Let 4D finish.
Go ahead.
It has yet to be determined just what the moon was involved in. Suppose, however, the nature of his business is going to impact Beldamic
Oh yeah,
in
this
a
talking
negative
head.
way.
Yeah,
Should word spread that the crew of
I
the
really
Woebegone
hate those
lent their
lore
support to the
videos.
moon's illegal
There's
departure,
no,
then what
there's
might
no,
become of the ship's reputation in the
there's
audience
no like,
sector? You
I don't
may
know.
wish to include the worth of that
It's for
in your
casuals that don't
calculations
actually
regarding an
read the
arrangement
material,
for onward passage.
and then it's mostly from
So, we
Wikipedia
expecting him to
too.
make us all rich in case our services are no longer needed here?
What about what the Munes can do to us if we don't take him? They've got a reach as long as a galactic arm.
What are they going to do? Downgrade our portfolios? Freeze our assets? Ruin our credit rating? Our only...
I'd love to see this fully done, and you, Everest, architect of all the Sith, get a call from Lucasfilms about a deal. I wish they won't give a they don't care about my ass.
And
They
our
don't care about.
reputation for doing what we say we're going to do.
Maybe I should have been an assistant to Harvey Weinstein.
What they said about asking for a lot more than what he might see as a fair price.
I could have
These
got my
banking
Plagueis
types
show.
hold on to every credit. But we've got ourselves a live Mune, and no matter who he is or what he's pretending to be,
Hello,
I
MGF
feel he's
Customs.
worth more than 10 years of dealing in meat-tails.
Just curious why you finally decided to go with a voice actor instead of Daniel Davis for Plagueis. Been wondering since you used Davis for other characters. I only use Davis for Hold on. That's incorrect. MGS Customs. I only use Davis for Larsh Hill, and some small one line or two. That's very incorrect. Daniel Davis, the voice line is just Larsh Hill, and see, Daniel Davis, the voice lines of Daniel Davis was supposed to be more of like a nod. You know how in Mario Brothers movie where the original voice of Mario, he plays a couple roles in that, and it's kind of like hints that he's there. That was the original idea. The voice of Larsh Hill couldn't get his voice lines done because his computer broke down. So I just ended up keeping the temp lines of Daniel Davis in, and it kind of just works. As for the voice of Plagueis, it was beginning of when I was working on this that someone said I should just use a voice actor for Plagueis. I think if I'm going to improve myself, I can't just rely on other things that another person. I can't just rely on using others' stuff. Like relying on the Audible audiobook for editing is good, but just relying for it because let's be honest, it's not cinematic. It's an audiobook. If you want to listen to it, go Audible. You don't want to just put the audiobook on screen. This is for people that's never gonna read the book. This is a cinematic portrayal. It's for someone that's seen the prequel trilogy and they want to see, well, what's this prequel to the prequel? And this is kind of that interpretation of that. It's not trying to replicate what's already been made. The audiobook is golden. Hell, I would say the audiobook is better than my movie. But it's kind of just, at this point, the audiobook is more of a tribute. The voices in here are more of a tribute to Daniel Davis than me having Plagueis voiced by Daniel Davis. It's, you got to improve yourself. You got to go beyond that and then just like,
I'm not buying in.
Exactly. Give the VAs a chance to, all right, Sarika. Yeah, see, Solonic says keep using voice actors. It makes it more professional. What do you think of this headcanon where Sheev is actually a nickname? I actually like that.
I want him off our hands.
You think he's dangerous?
Munes are cowards. The lot of them.
And see, the way he delivers this is much different. I like it. I like it a lot. He delivers it more laughable. Ryberg delivers it he adds more flair to the Kalish, makes him more cocky.
Use credits as weapons.
My gut says otherwise.
Yeah.
Here's a compromise. We contact Baldemic authorities. If he's wanted, we return him. Otherwise, we negotiate a price to take him to...
Again, I'm not opposed to using audiobook lines. as nods. I can't use audiobook lines the whole way or it'll get copyright claimed by Audible or something. You can't do that. It's just like using copyright music.
That sounds reasonable.
Do you, want to buck up?
No. No. We're going to have to keep you on ice for a bit longer.
Does that mean you failed to reach a consensus?
Another thing with Plagueis, him making his voice deep, it was intentional. I used a tool that kind of adds a gravel to his voice. I was doing that to kind of make his voice sound more alien. Because apparently in canon, they say the mutants sound like this all the time. We are the mutants. How we doing your investments? And no one wants to hear a high-pitched Palpatine. We are architects of the future. So, where you going, Siffy?
I wouldn't go that far. We've decided we need to know who you are before we agree to provide you with passage.
So I had an idea that making his voice. I like that idea.
Captain, I've told you all you really need to know.
We're dropping out of hyperspace.
To we who dwell in the Force, normal life is little more than pretense. Our only actions of significance are those we undertake in service to the dark side.
To be fair, Plagueis' voice is described similar in the book, is described similar to the Plagueis. What? I don't remember them ever describing his voice. I mean, that's kind of like up to interpretation, whatever you want to say.
Captain.
You will have to.
Don't, Captain.
Yeah. Oh, fun! You know, that's actually a good thing. Before we get into one of the cool scenes of the movie, I got a lot of flack for using the audiobook voice in the first video I did with Plagueis. I got a lot of flack from people saying I was a plagiarist or something. So it's like now it's vice versa. I'm using a new voice for Plagueis, and now well, why don't you use the audiobook voice actor? Alright.
Captain, no!
It's been more than 3 streams where same people are asking about VA versus voice of the Audible. I'm starting to think you're being trolled. Yeah, Steven, I don't recall a line about his voice either until after the assassination attempt. Yeah. Alright, so this is how it is in the book. I think so. I don't remember. I kind of really like Plagueis's. So the Plagueis lightsaber was designed by Omega, who I think he also designed the plate. No. It's supposed to be like Yarl Poof's lightsaber. But I really like the lightsaber. You know, someone said that they described it as a spear. It's kind of like a staff, a walking cane-esque thing. He uses 2 hands to use it. And here it's described in the book that 1140 heard the voices of the dead as he was killing them. I just adapted that scene there. Why does he sound like Kermit the Frog?
You dishonor your heritage and your weapon, Jedi. You could have used the Force to compel us to do as you wished. I've not only seen
it's okay, MGF. It's just MGF. You aren't the first one to say this. It's just been it's kind of just been an annoying question people ask me all the time. at this point, I'm not even going to address it anymore. We're not addressing the voice acting thing anymore. It's done. It's over with. Gesundheit. All right.
What name do you respond to?
114D, sir.
This is also cut down for better context.
I can, sir. Do you wish me to relocate the survivors to Medbay or jettison any of them?
Is this set in the revitalized universe? No, it's based on the book.
The corpses.
It's based on a book.
Leave them. Captain La remarked that you have medical capabilities.
I do, sir.
Okay. The music in this scene is my favorite in all Plagueis, and we're going to just listen to it. This is my favorite scene in the whole movie, so the way the transition, like I didn't know Max was going to do the way it transitions, the music, I think it really falls on the music.
Set a course for these coordinates, and attend to me in the captain's quarters.
Anything else, sir?
Prepare food and drink. I'm famished.
It's the reprise of the Plagueis
we are
theme.
Approaching the coordinates supplied by your comlink.
He also... Okay, another question I get from people is, let me turn this on. Why is 11-4D a medical droid? Isn't he supposed to be a protocol droid? Well, here's the thing. Lucino said that he felt that 11-4D was one of the droids in the transformation of Darth Vader. I keep thinking of this droid, and they say he's a medical droid. That's what Elam Law says. So yeah, I just used kind of the Empire Strikes Back model to show. I kind of like that he kind of both a protocol droid and a medical droid. There's, medical droids are usually static; they stay in place, but he moves around. So.
I am at a loss to explain her reasons, and I never presumed to ask.
That's a good quality in a droid.
I understand how it could be, sir.
This was filmed, since I can't really animate, this was filmed in Gmod, this part. Kind of animated I guess there's some animation to it.
Removal is in reception of your request. Give us a moment to authenticate your transmission.
Holding fast while you authenticate.
Trader, you are cleared for docking.
Okay, that's also Daniel Davis as the station master.
Raise the boarding ramp behind.
As I said, I would keep nods to him.
System. No one is to board the Wobicon unless I say.
It says Mobicon. It's the Wobicon.
I understand, sir.
Yeah, Lucino says that he believed 11-4D would be there at Vader's transformation. So that gave me the idea of... So this was originally supposed to be... I forgot one of the species. They got like the shrunk face. I forgot what they're called. I changed the species to Twi'lek female.
Magister Damask, I had no foreknowledge.
This isn't a social call.
Of course, Magister. Regardless, do you wish me to apprise Boss Cabra of your visit?
Is he on station?
No, sir, but he can be reached by...
When's that unboxing video coming out? Probably on Wednesday.
I'll contact him myself.
Would you consider doing a director's cut? Possibly. I mean, there are some mistakes, but it's pretty... Other than that...
Sealed and slagged.
Without salvaging anything?
I said sealed.
Droid placement, yeah, I'd probably fix that.
You need to hear it a third time.
Would you ever do other novels
you're
like this?
Who is this callow pup?
Pup?
Oh, fun fact, this is the This is the spaceport from Star Wars
He
Galaxies.
means no disrespect, Magister. Boss...
Everyone remembered the spaceport from
Cabra's
Star Wars
youngest
Galaxies,
graduate.
right?
What are you called, pup?
Would I ever do
Answer
other
him,
novels?
and with due respect.
We'll see. I want to do Plagueis first.
Darnata. Perhaps
I was
young
thinking of
Donatus
maybe.
should be muzzled to prevent him from endangering his father's business
I was thinking of doing Labyrinth of Evil. Or Darth. I wanted to redo Darth Disciple. That was an old audio drama we did.
Your orders regarding the ship will be honored in full.
I need the
I would
models
also
for that
need
first
a change of wardrobe
before we
and
do
a
that.
fuel-piloted ship.
Can we provide the pilot with a destination beforehand?
Munilist.
Of course, Magister. And what are your instructions
Yep.
regarding the droid?
I don't think
droid
I'll
to
do
be
the
slugged
Darth
along
Bane
with the
trilogy.
How much of your memory can be wiped without tampering with your medical protocols?
The
I'm
Barbie
modular in design.
franchise.
My memory storage can be erased in its entirety.
An
or
animation
according to
version of
whatever
Darth.
parameters-
Oh, there was one other. There is one other project I want to do in this style. Dark Lord: The Rise of Darth Vader is something I would like to do. We did an audio drama a couple of years ago. I kind of think it was rushed, so I unlisted it.
Remain with the ship until it has
But
been
that's one of the ideas we want
I
to
will
do.
expect a complete audio-vid recording.
Can't
At your
stay,
service,
but this is
Magister.
amazing. Thank you, Big Homie Lander. Honestly, thought all of this voice acting was great, or at least very. You can tell the voice actors really cared. Thank you, Unbound Vision. Yeah, Rise of Vader. Okay. This is a actual Munilist map. This is actually Munilist. I couldn't believe there's a Munilist map. It's based on the Clone Wars, how it looked in the Clone Wars, the 2D series. All right, you're gonna laugh when I tell you this next fact. Okay, that was an error right there. You probably saw the menu right there. I think everyone saw the menu. That was just a bad trim. We'll watch that again. All right, prepare yourself. Does this building look familiar to you? Damask Holdings. Does it look familiar from any place?
We came as soon as Highport Immigration.
There's in episode 2, there's also a great thing I have now. I can now give light to some of the characters. You know how he looks dark? I now can fix that with the new light. There's a new light tool that I can make characters brighter now. So it won't just look like they're in a dark place, even though it's clearly bright.
Notified us. If you had contacted us from deep space demolition, we could have sent a ship rather than have you rely on Boss.
This is the voice of Daniel Davis from
Cabra's specious hospitality.
From the book, from the audiobook. All right. Here we go. This building, Damask Holdings, the interior is Shinra headquarters from Final Fantasy VII. The doorways, they are on the top level above President Shinra's headquarters from Final Fantasy VII.
Seems to believe that I'm capable of finding my own way home.
That is the Easter egg.
It's not important that you do. Suffice it to say that your dispatching a ship would only have resulted in further delay.
You were expected days ago.
Events of an unforeseen nature prevent.
The thing with Plagueis is I liked that his lightsaber, him having his lightsaber, it's supposed to be behind his robe. Just imagine it's behind his robe all the time. You know, he also supposed to use it as a cane. Oh, you know what? People could imagine that's just a walking cane, his lightsaber.
Earlier.
If you can have that head
nevertheless, I assume.
You assume correctly.
We shouldn't tarry here any longer than necessary. Transport is waiting.
Plagueis Finance Shinra.
You're limping. Are you injured?
Healing. Make no further mention of it.
We could postpone the gathering.
No. It would take...
This is a technique I call, they're not there, but they are. Let me go back a bit.
Harry here.
So, using green screen using camera angles and green screen, I'm able to give the illusion that they are all walking at one time. It's actually just Plagueis walking with a really weird 11.4D that's glitching.
Injured?
But Lars Hill isn't actually there. He's in blue screen. I kind of giving that illusion that they're actually walking together. Again, you don't notice it until you pause it, and you can see how sharper.
And I'm relieved to hear that, since several of your guests are already in transit to
There's
Soja.
also some special effects here.
The droid will ride with us.
To give the illusion they're in Damask Holdings. It's all just technical stuff.
A new acquisition?
A door prize of sorts.
You'll be going to your residence or to Abora?
If people don't know what Abora is his island, his home.
Directly to the island.
It's that white tower you'll see later
The
on.
droid will accompany me.
If people wasn't sure, it's still on Munilist, so that white tower is his home on Munilist. It's kind of like his private island. Plagueis Island.
Brutus Gnome is dead.
The Bith? How? Where?
Of no relevance. Eventually, Gnome's estate will pass to us.
All right, there is an error I did not. I'll also mention this. There's some scenes where I didn't properly pitch down Plagueis's voice. This is one of those scenes you can't tell, but his voice is a little lighter than he's supposed to be.
But that won't be for some time to come.
It's more softer. You could say that's kind of the Damask that's kind of the Higo Damask voice.
Then we'll petition the probate courts to render a decision, at the very least for whatever assets are contractually ours. You are the executor in any case, are you not?
But there are several...
Who did the voice acting for Plagueis? That was Nick Ruoff. He's supposed to be doing an impression of Daniel Davis. But there is I'll say it again, a voice pitch thing that kind of gives him a Dooku cadence.
I'll prepare an inventory.
And it's kind of he's kind of just become Dooku. There's also some weird, this wasn't really done well. I should have redid this. He randomly just floats up this. Obviously, they're not there. It's green screen.
To acquire mining rights for the entire northeast peninsula of the principal landmass. Purchase as much property as you can from the shoreline to the central highlands. I'll provide you with specific coordinates.
Are we venturing into the mining business now?
Yep. It was described in the book that Lars Hill had a beard. I found that funny.
Time is...
Lars Hill has the same head model as Plagueis. I just kind of gave him weird eyes.
Right. Use intermediaries who can't be traced to us. I suspect that you will have to go all the way to the top.
Actually, Lars Hill's model is supposed to be Plagueis' original model before Omega did this. This Plagueis model is actually based on the Black Series figure of... so this is actually what he looks like before the Acolyte.
Sure, what we need.
The
Indigents.
Before the Acolyte ruined it, this was his kind of EU canon look. This with the armor and everything.
It will be troublesome to negotiate with. But I'm confident.
The only thing I could not do with Plagueis was give him a hoodie. I couldn't put a hood on his head. But I kind of like that idea that he never wears his hood. I mean, it said in the books he wears his hood, but he's not a Sith that he's kind of like not like other Sith that put a hood. It's kind of like
what can we
he's more open. He again, he's the Phantom Menace. He's the enemy is right there. He is he's right there in bright daylight. I like that aspect.
The Disilligent clan.
This has been brewing for some time. What else?
Representatives from Yinchor will be there.
Good.
I speak fluent Wookiee.
Members
Your
of the
eyes
Trade
are lying to
Federation
you.
and the Grand Protectorate
Your
will
ears
also
are
be
lying to
attending.
you.
There's no pleasing any of them. There's another small matter we need to settle. Extend a personal invitation to the owners of Subtext Mining.
I can't recall having engaged in dealings with them.
I do
Does
like
this
that
have
fact that
anything to do
Plagueis
with
likes
Darth
droids. Yeah, a hoodie would
time
make
they
him
advise no
suspicious. I like the
It's
fact that
certain
he
that they
doesn't wear a
instead
hoodie.
operate in
He won't
complete
ever wear a
opposition.
hoodie, I think, in this, unless someone models a
If the
hoodie.
Bith partnered with them, they must come
Plague,
highly recommended.
Palpatine wears a hoodie,
One
though.
would think.
Uh,
But in fact, I don't
the
see
canon.
much
Was there a
future
novel?
for them.
In the 2D miniseries, Munilus was defended by a large cannon. Alright, so.
You will come to find yourself at home here, as I have.
I love the music
I'm
in
certain
this.
I will, Magister
It's very mystic and, you know.
In time, we'll see to having your original appendages restored so that you can earn your keep.
I look forward to it, Magister. I recognize that you are involved in research related to species durability and hybridization, but I must confess to being unfamiliar with many of the examples of fauna and flora you have amassed, and few of the arcane documents in your library. Is this data available for upload?
Some portion of it.
So, in the Plagueis movie, Plagueis has 2 labs. This is his main lab, and then he kind of has a dungeon lab that he experiments on. He kind of has a Korriban-looking lab that you'll see later that he experiments on Venomous later on in the movie. So this is his main lab, though, the one that 11-4D works in.
The remainder will have to be scanned.
Then the task will require standard years, Magister.
I'm aware of that. While there is some urgency, we are in no rush.
I understand, sir. Is there specific data you wish me to assimilate first?
Start with this. It is a history of the Sith.
I have multiple listings under that heading. One defines the Sith as an ancient sect devoted to the study of the Force, similar to the Jedi, but guided by different principles.
That's close enough for now.
Magister Damas.
Okay, a lot of that 11-4D, there's a lot of 11-4D exposition that's cut out from this. He goes on about, there's a lot from here that you can read the book on, but I cut a lot out from 11-4D just to get to the point, basically. There's a lot of this is cut out. I'll get more into it.
What is our eventual goal?
The goal is to extend my life indefinitely. To conquer death.
I have access to data on alleged elixirs of life and fountains of youth, Magister, but all living things ultimately die, do they not?
At present, 114D.
I have experience in organ replacement surgery, telomere genotherapy, and carbonite suspension, but nothing beyond that.
Then you merely scratched the surface.
Okay. This scene is very cut down from the book. I actually rewrote it from scratch. I rewrote it because it just goes on. It does go on, and it's very deep, yes. But again, we want to get to the point. We want to get, what is he looking for? He's looking for immortality. He's looking for it.
My blood.
What up,
my
Rossi?
Essence, I subject to analysis.
Okay, funny fact. I'm just gonna admit it. This little clip right here is from Jurassic Park. This little syringe is from a little shot from Jurassic Park. I reuse it too. This is stock footage of microbes
Defy my will, despite my amplified
to represent the
powers never been
midichlorians.
stagnant, elusive. The ancient Sith tantalize with whispers of immortality.
All right, the next few scenes are actually from another movie I worked on called The Rise of Skywalker Revitalized. This was scenes where Luke goes to Korriban. And there's a flashback. I just reused shots from that because I thought they were pretty good.
Darth Bane had referred to
Darth Bane has his canon look.
sorcery as one of the purest
And then
forms
he
of
transitions into his TCW look. I kind of like the samurai armor. It kind of like, it gives a hint that his armor, other than that horrible crab armor he used, I hated that. That was kind of his official Sith armor. I kind of was inspired by that. And there's Darth Zana right there.
Is it their power that wanes, or has the Force itself shifted its balance? None of this amounted to their survival. Corporal or not, I will achieve it. Nothing less than my body and mind, yes, that will suffice. Everlasting life.
All right. So this is a scene build from Gary's mod. You see the meaningless ship in the background, and there's these two guys goofing off. This is actually Helm's Deep from Lord of the Rings. Oh my god, people are gonna go, what? That's Helm's Deep from Lord of the Rings? That's Helm's Deep from Lord of the Rings with so many modifications. There's buildings, there's trees. It kind of just gives it's Sojourn. There's the Ebon. Oh, by the way, there's the Ebon Hawk right there. If you can see the Ebon Hawk from Knights of the Old Republic. And there's a lot of Skyrim models. I think that's one of the Nord statues from... Was it... I forget the mountain. I haven't played Skyrim in eons. But yeah, this is a huge scene build. And Plagueis' main castle is right here. This is his main castle. There's the Bothans.
I've been admiring your entertainer, His Majesty.
There's kind of a cheeky mistake here.
Particularly the Twilight Singer.
People ask me, who are these gods here? If you haven't read the book, those are sun guards. They're not Mandalorians per se. You could say they're descended from Mandalorians, but they are called sun guards.
Perhaps you could help me procure some...
There's two Twi'lek dancers from Knights of the Old Republic.
We've a Twi'lek who supplies the females. You'll have to speak with her.
On to business, then.
A busy schedule affords me scant time for pleasantries.
I plan to make a grab for Tatooine, Majesty, and I've come to solicit your support.
So to address the voice, in the book, obviously, the Hutts are voiced English. They're voiced English. With Gardula, though, so Gardula was voiced by, I think, Nika Flutterman, and she did this raspy voice. And then Violet did this raspy voice I liked. And then I added some modifications to her voice, and boom. But why does the Hutt speak in English? Well, Hutts, did you know that Jabba can speak English, and some other Hutts can speak English? They don't choose to because they think it's below them. And I think Gardula is kind of just a weakling of a Hutt. I mean, she's kind of like a decrepit gambler compared to other Hutts, compared to, I think, her cousin, right? Or is Jabba her cousin, or is she not related? I think she's related to Jabba in some way, but I just think, she's very scheming, and the voice kind of fits that. When Jabba does appear, I'm going to have some Hutties, or at least have some Hutta voices kind of in that way.
An arid world in the Arcanus sector of the Outer Rim.
By support, I presume we are talking about credits.
I'm aware that you disapprove of spice and slavery, but there are profits to be made on Tatooine by other means.
Not moisture farming, then?
You mock me.
I tease you, Gardula. I know little about Tatooine other than that the planet was heir to an ecological catastrophe in the dim past, and that its vast deserts
foreshadows
now support a
some
population
events
of
later in
mere
the episode 2 and 3,
spaces of all species.
or in the book if you read the book.
I've heard it said that nothing pans out on Tatooine, and that beings who reside there age prematurely.
Fortunately, longevity comes naturally to my species. But I don't want 4 enemies of a different sort, Majesty. Enemies who would like...
This Hutt is from Knights of the Old Republic. I couldn't find a good Gardula model, so I just used one of the Hutts from that. When Jabba does appear, he's going to use the model from what's it called? Star Wars Galaxies. If I can get some green screen footage of that.
I know that you have befriended Huts in your own planetary neighborhood.
It's true.
Oh, one question people asked me, and I'll address again. Why don't their lips move? Well, to get cinematic shots, I can't really just move their lips. It's made in a video game. Spoiler alert. Made in a machinima, made in engine. So I couldn't. Oh shit! Thank you. AI is a great place to work for me currently, and that's a weird name, but thank you so much for the $50. Whoa. Okay, that's a big super chat. Oh. Shoo. But well, may the force be with you, AI. There's some good AI in this world after all. Yep, give it out for AI. He's pulling up all the work here. Huge.
That Trixo and Plugger have done well for themselves on Cobra, but their successes came at a high cost.
Again, I'm not fawning on my own thing, but I really like Plagueis' face. His face just works the look. You would think he's more elegant, but him just having this grumpy, he's not a businessman to be messed with. He's not a Sith to be messed with. The eyes, come on, we love Plagueis.
What are you offering in return for our investment?
Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for supporting all of us. This is y'all need to know that I'm doing this all for the Star Wars community, and this book has never really been properly adapted. And this is kind of my answer to that. I wanted to, people have only seen lore videos and people recapping stuff, basically boring recap and podcast discussions on, whoa, Solonic. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. My Lord. Lordy, Lordy, Lordy. Oh, Lordy. Lordy, Lordy. Solonic with the $100 super chat. Oh my God. My gird. My gird. Incredible. Oh. God damn. Big W. Shit. Wow. All right. Give it up. Give it up. Give it up for Solonic. He even sent sent me money on PayPal a couple days ago, and he's sending me more money. Whoa, ho! Clap, clap, clap! Shoo! All right, thank you so much, Solonic. See, we're coming together. We're coming together, talking about Plagueis. We love Plagueis. Thank you again, Solonic. All right, back to the commentary. As much as we fawn about people being generous. Thank you so much. So much. Oh man, Solonic, man, I love you, man. You're one of my best. I would say you're one of my best friends online, Discord, and on YouTube too. You're my biggest supporter. Yeehaw!
And on your own, you nihilists seem like amateur runs.
And again, I'm just using the resources I can to bring the story to life. I'm not an animator. I can't use Unreal. I don't care to use Unreal. People say, why don't you use Blender? Well, I don't want to use Blender. That's too time consuming. I want to just get to the point. Like, yeah, come on, let's make a cinematic movie. It's just like Iron Man. He's making that suit in scrap of parts. I'm making a Plagueis movie with a scrap of parts. Wow.
In addition, the renaissance of an annual pod race event that will bring tens of thousands of gamblers to Tatooine and fill my coffers.
But this is the Knights of the Old Republic. I think I said that already. See, I'm caught off guard. I do have a Discord link. Everyone, join the Discord. We'll party. Let's party hard. You know that song? party hard, party hard. There you go. Join the Everest, the Discord. All right, back to the commentary. The commentary of the Plagueis movie, Episode 1, Act 1, Recruitment, otherwise the Phantom Apprentice. So...
And I'm willing to take you on as a partner.
I only was able to get a few shots of Gardula, so there's a lot of weird zoom-ins and...
A silent partner.
As you wish.
In addition to a percentage of the profits, I want you to arrange for Boss Cabra to operate freely on Nar Shaddaa.
So this is all green screened in. Plagueis isn't actually sitting on the throne. This took a while because getting the same like shots, and it took a pretty good time to get the angle of everything. But it's pretty easy. You just gotta look at the footage again and see what angle it's at. You also need you gotta move.
You know the one.
I can't make promises, Magister. Black Sun is deeply entrenched.
How time-consuming is this cinematic compared to making it in Unreal? I can't even imagine making it in Unreal. Considering you can use AI to make the mouse speak, I actually tried I showcased some of the lip sync AI. It's just AI doesn't work. It can't detect Plagueis' mouth, and he's the main character. So if the main character's AI can't even detect an alien's mouth when he's speaking, then it's probably not going to be a good tool. But no one really cares. I mean, there's subtitles. People shouldn't care about the mouths, I think.
The Vigos are grooming
It's supposed to be like a visual novel, I guess, or not like still images, but there's some movement that
they
there's
may
some
not
animation
appreciate or
there.
permit.
Those are our terms, Gardula. Find some way to allow Cabra to reach an accommodation with Black Sun, and we will support your takeover of Tatooine. This very night, I can arrange for you to meet with officials representing the Bank of Argyle.
I wonder how Davis's Plagueis voice would sound if it was replicated with AI. I did try to do that a while ago, and it sounded like shit. So, here, I wonder if I could find the projects. Real quick, we're going to pause the Plagueis movie real quick. The commentary. Personal. Do they have do they even have like my old ones? I think they don't. Oh, I think I know how I could show it. Okay. Let me go to, I think I know where to find it. All right, real quick, we're going to pause the commentary and we're going to listen to the soulless AI Daniel Davis. That is the reason why I decided to do okay. Here's how Plagueis was going to sound with soulless AI. So
I will. I subject to analysis. My blood, my essence, I subject to analysis. The midichlorians, they defy my will. Despite my amplified powers, they remain stagnant, elusive.
No.
The ancient Sith tantalize with whispers of immortality, yet their secrets remain veiled. Darth Bane had referred to sorcery as one of the purest forms of the dark side. Yet his disciples believed that essence transfer, mere echoes of promises unfulfilled. Is it their power that wanes, or has the Force itself shifted its balance? None of this amounted to their survival. Corporal or not, I will achieve it. Nothing less than my body and mind, yes. That will suffice.
And my chair just broke. So give me a pause. Give me a pause. My chair just broke. Okay, I'm back. My chair broke. I need to get a new one. But that's okay. We are back in action. We're going through it again. But yeah, if you want...
Less than my body and mind, yes. Body and mind, yes. That will suffice. Everlasting life.
Yeah. Why don't you do AI? Why don't you have the AI, please? You can just AI his voice. It'll be fine. Just AI Daniel Davis's voice. You don't need this Dooku sounding guy. My chair broke. It broke. And I need to get a new one. But I have a new chair. I have a backup. What good it will do, I don't think it'll do much, but for this video, it will. Actually, but my ears are burning. My ears. Dooku and Hank Hill. Yeah. God damn it. For your new chair fund. Oh, God. AI with another $50 drop. Oh. 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 You know, I think of, you guys seen a Goofy movie with Pauly Shore? And cheesy. Cheesy, cheesy. Oh. God damn it, Bobby. Bobby, we are architects of the future. The Sith are propane, Bobby. Oh! Oh my god! It's an onslaught of donations! Oh, you guys are so generous. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to make my own pot of I'm gonna have to like get a Plagueis pot, and I'm gonna like you know how he created Anakin? I'm gonna like transfer my midichlorians to Solonic and AI, because they are going off the wazoo. I'm gonna fall off my chair. Woo! God damn it, Bobby. God damn it with those Sith. Oh, see, I'm feeling pumped up. This became a fun stream. It went from commentary, straight up commentary, to just fun, a chair breaking, to just fun. People just... Get to the chopper! Palpatine. What if Plagueis was voiced by Arnold Schwarzenegger? The Bank of Argyle will avenge you whatever credit you need. I will give it to you. Gadula the Hutt. Gadula. We are architects of the future, Palpatine. You're insidious. Keep cooking. Thank you, Star Wars Marvel Purist. Do the death of King Verona. I don't remember that scene. Rossi with the 99 cents. Woo! All right. Gadula, get to the gym. You're too fat. You are too fat. We're going off track.
We'll advance whatever amount of credits you need.
Hasta la vista.
I accept your terms, Magister Demarsk. You will not be disappointed.
All right. So
promise me, Magister Demas, that you haven't.
Oh yeah, I cut a scene from this. I cut a scene from the whole Sojourn thing. There's a scene with the Yinchori and Plagueis meets them. I cut that scene off because I think the Yinchori were taken. It was kind of just. I just took out the Yinchori. I know they play a part later in the book. We'll have to see how much of a part they play.
Into a deal with Gardula.
Our dealings with the Hutts are no less confidential than our dealings with you, Senator Team.
Rumors abound of Gardula's plans to refurbish the pod race course on Tatooine and enter into direct competition with Malastare.
Surely you haven't come all this way to hear me address rumors.
Promises were made, Magister.
And fulfilled. As a means of offsetting losses in revenue derived from pod racing, the cost of Malastare's fuel exports could be raised.
That sounds more like a possibility than a guarantee.
We will take it up with the steering committee, but for now, consider it a starting point for discussion. What else is troubling you?
By the way, why does the Gran or Pax team have a voice like that? That's actually based on the Gran's voices from, what was it, The Phantom Menace? They talk like this. Why not, Crit? You deserve it for all the effort you put into your work and how nice you are to your VS. Thank you, Monty. You're so nice. Monty, by the way, everyone who doesn't know Monty, he voices Obi-Wan Kenobi, old Ben Kenobi, and he voices Palpatine in Labyrinth of Evil. He's done a lot. He's very good at what he does. He's also in Star Wars Larry, if you haven't seen the Larry series. If you haven't.
Senator.
The favoritism you show to the Trade Federation.
We merely help them
They are called they are called the Grand.
secure full representation in the Senate.
The Directorate was doing perfectly well for itself without full representation. And in exchange for what? Surrendering some of the shipping monopoly they enjoyed in the Outer Rim?
What's fair is fair.
Thanos has no part in it. You're interested only in having the Directorate do your bidding on Coruscant. Even a rate hike for Malastare's fuel will profit Damask's holdings and the Trade Federation more than it will me.
Yeah, he's quite a...
He can't.
Let him
quite
go.
A complainer.
If we're to benefit from the power they wield in the Senate,
Yeah. I sped up his voice and pitched it too, so that kind of adds
some
to
way
it.
to placate them, Higo.
I disagree. We need to find a way to show Team that he is expendable.
So finally, we are at the Gossams, the subtext mining stooges. This was a choice to just make them sound as prequel as possible.
Stunned to receive your invitation, Magister. We had no idea we were even on your scanners.
We keep a close watch on galactic events. I trust you've been enjoying our food and entertainment?
More than you know, Magister, or perhaps more than we care to admit.
More than I know. That's very funny indeed. Allow us to show you how we execute some of the inner work.
How can the mouth moving can be done? I believe it needs to be done manually with another layer added. Understand that this is a huge tax. If someone volunteer, would you be willing to do a contributor? Yeah, if someone can do the lip sync. It's just, I don't know, I kind of like no lip sync. It kind of adds to it. And there's also subtitles for those who, you can just...
Kings of the Gathering.
We'd be honored.
Originally in the book, he shows them they go like they go down. I had a hard like obviously I can't show Sojourn, so it's like supposed to be implied that the dungeon is under the here. This is like a platform. I did the best I could to.
We're directly beneath the central courtyard. Each cargo symbolizes an abhorrent aspect of the Republic. Practices we all wish to see overturned. Its whole theater, you understand. Merriment for the masses.
Obviously a real crowd pleaser, Magister.
And this is all scene build in Gmod.
Then you must join in.
And this was Max Cash now. He did the music here, so it's like a Bad Batch-esque synthesizer. We didn't always want to do like John Williams-esque.
Climb aboard. Go ahead. Climb aboard.
Have we done something to displease you, Magister?
A good question.
Have you?
Have you?
Precisely. How did we come to your notice?
A mutual friend brought you to our attention. A Bith named Rugus Gnome. You recently supplied him with a survey report and a mining probe.
We can make this right.
Yeah, this is not part of the map. This is all scene builds.
And be quick about it. The laser cannons fire automatically.
Plasma! An untapped reservoir of plasma, enough to provide energy to 1,000 worlds.
Yeah, it's all based on
Where?
Kevin A
On
lot of
what
the
world?
stories.
Naboo! Naboo!
It kind of gives that Filoni-esque music.
Something of a hermit planet in the mid-rim, and capital of the Chommel sector. Relatively close to Tatooine, in fact. Once a source for the Wehrmachts we had cloned for use as game in the Greel forests.
Who hired you to conduct a mining survey?
A faction in opposition to the monarchy, Magister.
This Naboo is ruled by a royal?
A king! His detractors wish to see the planet opened to galactic trade.
This plasma reservoir is as enormous as you claim.
Unique among known worlds.
But,
Transport them to the most remote world you can find in the Tingel Arm, and make certain they remain there in the event I have further need of them.
Plagueis is quite ruthless. He's quite ruthless. Oh, hello, Max Soundtracks. So the composer's here.
Magister, the eastern perimeter has been breached. It's possible that one of our guests may have overstayed his or her welcome. I think we have something.
Alright.
Maybe all right,
So, this is Duncan Bruce as one of the Sun Guards.
we wait with you.
When can we expect episode 2, my lord? I don't know. Maybe like a month or two, maybe 3. I don't know. It depends how much detail is in the book. This had a lot of talking, so it was pretty simple to do, and then the voice acting, the layer on top of it. But I would say the last few weeks was grueling because we worked on this nonstop before we released it to get the music all set and correct and whatnot.
No, but keep me informed.
This looks like the map mod in Vertex. Okay. It says here in the book that he senses venomous. I tried to do that as I could, the best I could in the animation.
Caesar.
There's also some
Jedi
animation
spy.
glitches I had problem rendering in that scene. But, okay. Mystic Troll. Alright. So here's one of the big scenes in the movie. The duel scene between Venomous and Plagueis. It was hard trying to find... So this is actually a Dagobah map. It doesn't look like Dagobah, but it kind of fits the Sojourn, the idea. Originally, Plagueis was like supposed to go on a speeder and go, but I kind of just wanted... It kind of did that transition to make it, less egregious to animate.
Tenebrous? That wasn't possible. But who then?
So, there's a certain someone who voices Venomous.
You're well trained. I sense the Force in you, but not the dark side.
Where is it for profitable for donation? YouTube or Patreon? I would say both. The thing with YouTube is that I would say, well, actually, I would say PayPal. But the thing with YouTube is that there's a date that I get paid, and that's the 21st. Like, imagine you see, and that's why it kind of worries me about YouTube sometimes, is that I always get this feeling that if they demonetize me, all your donations, like, what if they demonetized me tomorrow? All your donations won't matter because it didn't get past that point of no return. That's kind of just an issue for all creators of there's also the Patreon. If people can join that for free.
I knew I could draw you out, Darth Plagueis.
So Theory voices Venomous, that's obvious.
I've Tenebrous to thank for it.
Yeah, YouTube takes 30%.
He made you in his image. You're a product of Bith science.
Streamlabs is better, no. I use OBS. I don't use Streamlabs.
You're an old fool. He found and trained me.
So, Theory based his voice on Frieza from Dragon Ball Z. He did a pretty good job on it. He kind of wanted a Frieza-esque voice. He also did another type of voice, but I liked his Frieza voice more, so I just went with that.
He took you as an apprentice.
I am Darth Venomous.
Darth. We'll see about that.
Your death will legitimize the title, Plagueis.
Your master left orders for you to kill me.
Even now.
There's also like a chromatic effect right now. Kind of gives like a vibes. It gives the vibes.
Waits my return.
Awaits. Tenebrous is dead.
We wish it was so.
What's more, he died by my hand.
Impossible.
How powerful can you be if you fail to sense the death of your master? Even now, your thoughts fly in all directions.
So the lightsaber blades, in movie duels, you can change the blades. This is made in a video game, obviously. You can change the blades to be different eras. The blades are based on the Phantom Menace era. It's based on TBM blades. So,
in killing you, I will avenge his death and become the Sith Lord he knew you could never.
okay. Thank you, Solonic. Solonic, you don't have to push yourself, man. I love you supporting me, but don't over. Don't be too over generous. We remember this one guy we used to like, and you used to have a donation standoff with another person we used to know, and that got egregious too. Don't be too egregious, guys. I thank you for your donations, but I don't want I feel like I'm taking advantage of you guys. When does episode 2 come out? Don't ask that. Ask that maybe in a couple months, and then I'll give you an answer.
The Sith he wants.
Yeah, it's just the okay, so in the new movie duels build I have, there is now better lighting effects here than there's also better texture rendering and stuff. So this issue of where some of the blade lighting won't come on, that's fixed here. It'll be more egregious in the next one.
To be. But enough of this. You've come a
You can always take advantage of me. Hello.
long way to challenge me. Now make a worthy effort.
Okay. In the book, it says they fought for a couple hours. They fought nonstop. They fought from there to here to here. Obviously, the reason why it's shorter here is because it's harder to edit a long battle in movie duels that looks convincing. So it's pretty short here, and I kind of figured Plagueis he's not much of a duelist, but I figured he would just be better than Vidimus. So, yeah. Yep, their battle went a lot longer in the book, but here it's pretty much to the point. How long did it take to edit? What if I said it took about 100 to 200 hours to edit this all together? Or maybe 100 hours. I don't think it was 200 hours. It took a while. I sat my ass down a while. Obviously, I'm going to need a new chair, because I'm not going to sit in this rinky-dink chair. Yeah, I'm going to have to get a gaming chair. Actually, no, I don't need a gaming chair. I just need a chair to sit down in. Donations for the chair. Yeah, I got the donations for the chair. I have a chair right now. It's a computer chair, but it's pretty rinky-dink. It's more for kids. So I'm sitting in a rinky-dink chair I got for free a couple weeks ago. Whatever I have to do to make this. So. Yeah, I like the music in this too.
Yield.
Oh, I forgot to mention a fun fact here. When Plagueis breaks, that's in the book where he gets cut in the neck. That's in the book. Yeah, that's a book accurate detail. And here, if you listen closely, that's actually the part from The Phantom Menace where Obi-Wan breaks Darth Maul's lightsaber. I just reused that sound effect, and you can hear Darth Maul's oof. Don't kill my guy theory. And Plagueis doesn't kill him. He survives, I guess. I shouldn't joke about. He still plays a role. He's still alive. How does this tie into the acolyte? You're giving me the heebie-jeebies talking about the acolyte. I think I need the power. It's a bad sin when you say the acolyte. It's like walking under a ladder. I don't. It's just like that one guy that says, "Where's Chimere? Where's that guy?" Is Chimere gonna appear in this? I think he was being serious. I don't think he was trolling. That's a big issue why I hate some of these. I'm gonna say this as much as I hate some of these influencer lore video people because they seem to they want to explain who Plagueis is to the normies who don't know who the hell the guy in the cave is. The thing is, they're using this book as a reference for canon material, which there's so many inconsistencies. So you get all these normies saying, well, where's Plagueis? Where's Chimera? Did Chimera die or something? And there's no they don't ever say the discrepancies. They don't say, some people just don't even, they allude this book is going to happen in the Acolyte. Every time I say the Acolyte,
Yield.
I submit, Darth Plagueis.
I'm joking. That book is shit. Even worse, you just torture him forever. Well, theory has it. That's what. Is that so, Ross?
That I must apprentice myself
to you.
You presume too much, Venomous. Around you, I would always have to watch my back.
Is it true, Master? Is Darth Tenebris dead?
Dead and deservedly so. The future of the Sith no longer hinges on physical prowess but on political cunning. A new Sith will rule less by brute force than by means of instilling fear.
And what is to become of me, Master?
In the book he throws him a plant. In the movie, since you can't throw a plant in this game, he kind of looks at a bush.
Consume it.
It gives the same,
I know this plant. It will poison me.
It will. But I will make certain you don't die.
Yep. It's crazy how Disney has all these fantastic books. Yes, and these creators, they say, oh, well, I read this book. Oh, I'm a big fan of Plagueis. I read this book. It's my favorite book. And they don't even look into it that well. One of the biggest things I hate, and someone that did a review of the Acolyte brought this up, and I think it's the best thing, is the thing about Star Wars, the true message of Star Wars is good versus evil. This is obviously about the evil. The dark side is the dark, and the light side is the light. And there's a balance. There's always a balance, but the dark side, this alludes to the dark side. It's, this is a story about evil man, Plagueis, who ended up supporting the most evil man ever, Palpatine. There's darkness there. Dark versus light. The Acolyte fails because it seems to misinterpret. No, it just forgoes Lucas's rules on the good versus evil by implying the Jedi are pushed by impulsiveness, etc. Compare, the same things that you think this would, whatever. And
you may be Tenebris's most important gift to me.
His brain continues to recuperate from the effects of the coma bloom alkaloids. His physical condition, however, remains stable.
That's good, because I'm not interested in his mind.
Okay, so this part of the book is actually a very long it goes into Plagueis' backstory and his life. Obviously, you can't adapt that into the novel because that would go too long. But I did adapt. I basically, Plagueis looking at Venomous reminds him of Tenebris, and you get the.
In the same way that tectonic forces cause a boulder to plunge into a river, forever diverting its course, events give rise to individuals who, stepping into the current of the Force, alter the tide of history. You are such a one.
That's Tenebris.
You are of our blood, Hugo.
And this is his voice lines from the audiobook, but it's kind of symbolic because this is the voice of Plagueis' father.
But we can no longer raise you as our progeny. In truth, and in ways that you will eventually come to understand, you belong to him.
So this scene, from a cinematic standpoint, this symbolizes the final scene in the movie. This foreshadows the final scene of the movie because Tenebris is in the same spot on Megiddo as Plagueis will later be on in the final scene of the movie.
We Sith are an unseen opposition, a phantom menace. Where the Sith once wore armor, we now wear cloaks. But the Force works through us all the more powerfully in our invisibility. For the present, the more covert we remain, the more influence we can have. Our revenge will be achieved not through subjugation, but by contagion.
The name. So I got in an argument with a guy. He got upset because in the opening crawl, I set the Phantom Menace in Plagueis' instance is Sidious. And he's upset that Tenebris says the Phantom Menace is the Sith. I mean, that's symbolic, but I feel like Plagueis is more of the messenger. He's the leader of how the Phantom Menace comes about. Obviously, I think the Phantom Menace is Palpatine. I think that was Lucas's interpretation. You could say the Sith, but Palpatine, it kind of fits more Palpatine. Hence the Phantom Apprentice. This is episode 1, The Phantom Apprentice. Okay. All right, one of the biggest talked about scenes of the portrayal of Ars Varuna, which I addressed this morning.
Our campaign
Based on, I used a model from Game of Thrones. I was looking through Game of Thrones models, and I liked the way this guy looked, and I kind of liked, well, this guy looks like a Ars Varuna. Let's make him Ars Varuna. And I guess a lot of people say, I don't remember watching Game of Thrones that much, but a lot of people say that, they love the fact that it's him. Obviously, there's some negative Nancy's saying, "Oh, you're stealing." It's using another model from a game. It's not like trying to be. I mean, the voice is apparent. I don't know.
Been stalled by recent allegations from the leaders of some of the royal houses. Something has to be done to recapture momentum, and quickly.
And this is an original voice by Arkham. He did original voice.
Counter-allegations made public by an unknown benefactor went a long way toward undoing the initial damages of the nobles' media releases. But a new wariness has gripped the electorate, strengthening the position of our provincial opponents.
Audio cancellation. Are all the Naboo as hirsute and elaborately costumed as this Varuna?
How dare you not make hundreds of custom models for a fan-made Gmod movie? How dare you make the King of Naboo look a little like Sean Connery? You're a thief. And meanwhile, there's hundreds of AI trailers. I mean, there was one AI trailer of Lord of the Rings I watched today that had Robin Williams as Tom Bombadil.
They are traditionalists.
Robin Williams is Tom
Tonsorially as well as
Bombadil.
politically. The style of dress and facial adornments pay homage to the regalia of Queen Elsinore Dentasia
Sure,
of
you have a
Grisnoth.
tribute to an actor
They are
you
not,
like.
after all, as furry as Wookiees. In addition
Oh, this
to
is a good meme.
humans, Naboo supports a hairless amphibious species known as the Gungans.
Okay, this went on way too long, this exposition, so Plagueis, cuts him off. I kind of like the idea that Plagueis is kind of he gets annoyed with some of the immune shit.
Perhaps indigenous, perhaps not, but in no position to represent the planet.
What was the nature of the allegations made by the royal houses?
First, they leaked word of the mining survey we had performed, but the revelation failed to have the intended effect, because several members of the electorate favor opening Naboo to galactic trade. Then, when they learned of our initial talks with Damask Holdings. The
But
nobles
this is
accused
Ars
us of
Verona.
selling
He's the
Naboo
governor
to
of
the
Theed.
highest bidder to,
That's
and
not a
unquote,
cross on his neck. That's kind of like a
shady
pendant.
extra system cartel
People
of
think it's a
ruthless
cross.
criminals.
It's not a cross, it's
You
a pendant.
understand, Magister, that our world has yet to overcome a long history of forbidding outside.
I don't think Christ exists in
The
Game of
royal
Thrones.
houses realize
He
that
certainly
trade
wouldn't
is a
exist
sensitive
in.
issue and are now advocating for Naboo to
He
oversee the
wouldn't
transport of
exist.
plasma to
I mean,
other
there's a lot of
worlds.
biblical.
But frankly, we lack both the
There's
funds and the
symbols in
expertise to
Star
make
Wars.
that
I
a
could see,
reality.
like Darth Vader is kind of the story
How
of
were
Christ.
the nobles able to learn?
No, actually, no. I take that back. Darth Vader is not the.
We need to consider that someone close to our organization may be responsible for this leak. The royal houses need to be informed that a leap into the business of transgalactic shipping is ill-advised. Naboo will need funding.
I could have trimmed this a little more, but I need to know the politics.
And it is precisely in those areas where Damask Holdings can serve as an intermediary.
This is my
Actual
favorite
funding
Jedi.
would come from the intergalactic banking clan, and other conglomerates would be involved in assisting Naboo in tapping the plasma.
Lucino has
and
a
in the
really good
construction of a
writing for
spaceport of
detail.
sufficient size
There's
to
so
handle
much
the
detail
ships
here.
needed
It's
to
rich.
transport
It's very
it.
rich, and it builds the world of Star Wars. I give it up for Lucino. I wonder if Lucino would watch this. I would love to hear his thoughts. See his story adapted.
Yes, and I confess that we are as surprised by the information as anyone. It seems that our group is not the first to seek the advice and support of off-world interests. Roughly 60 standard years ago, at the height of a war between the Naboo and the Gungans, our monarch was killed, and it has now emerged that some members of the very same royal houses that opposed Tapalo struck a secret deal with
The exposition here, it reminds me a lot of the Phantom
Naboo
Menace.
suffer further setbacks.
The Phantom Menace. A lot of people would say, "Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that part of the prequels where they just talk about business and real life
as a
issues."
result of that conflict, the monarchy
To each
has
their
since
own.
been elected
I know
rather
some
than
people that don't
hereditary
like the
post.
prequels feel that way.
You say that the information
I see this
came as a
movie as kind of the
surprise.
key to the
The
prequels.
information
in a way.
had to have been provided by a source within the opposition.
Varuna is correct. We were able to trace the release of the information to the young son of one of the nobles. In the hope of avoiding a scandal that could divide the electorate, the head of the royal house has perpetuated a lie that the Tapalo group chanced on the information and made it public, when actually only someone with access to the family archives could have discovered it.
What is the name of the royal family?
Palpatine. So there was originally supposed to be like ambient music here when Palpatine's name is spoken. There was no time really to put it, and I don't think Max is interested. Oh well. I would have made.
We may have found a potential ally.
We were kind of rushing to get the music out for this so we could release it on YouTube, because it was done for a good 2 weeks. It was just need to be scored, or I think it was a week.
Someone willing to keep us informed of the royals' plans for the election.
An inside man, as
Well,
it
thank
were.
you AI for coming. I see AI's leaving now. So thank you AI for showing up. Thank you for your donations. Very
Public appearance
generous.
by you would allow us to refute any allegations of secret collusion.
Then all of us will have something to gain.
It will be our great honor to welcome you, Magister Damask.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I mean, everyone's loving the Plagueis movie. They don't even. I haven't even got any much complaints about the animation quality. I mean, some people have said, well, "Why don't you do Unreal? You should do this again in Unreal." Whatever. Heard it there and then. This shot is a recreation of the shot from the Phantom Menace. I have a accurate feed map for Battlefront 2. I love this shot though. It is it really brings nostalgia. And that's actually the Naboo music from Battlefront 2. Because I kind of just wanted that, nostalgic feel. Not the music. Can't use any music from the John Williams music. Don't want to get a copyright claim, but we can sneak some music in there from Battlefront 2.
As I said weeks before, we honor your arrival, Magister.
And as I told you then, we all have something to gain. Especially
the
you,
next
I
big,
suspect. When the time is right, you and I will confer privately.
So Plagueis is Hugo Damask. He does have red robes, and there's actually his red robes actually have the same symbols as Palpatine and Revenge of the Sith. You know when he wears that red robe during his Senate speech? That's kind of the same robe. But he only wears it. I got cut off. But also here, if you couldn't see clearly, it's the creation of the hangar from the generator room from it's the generator room from the Phantom Menace. Which the reason why Plagueis is here is to create the very same generator room where the Duel of the Fates happens. So, kind of the fun fact if you never read the Plagueis book.
Clearly, you put a good deal of thought into this.
King Tapalo is inspired by Sean Connery.
But is there no room?
The texture his face texture is similar to Mr. Connery too. It's not Sean Connery though. That's not Sean Connery. It's more of a tribute to him. He was a wonderful actor. He's one of my favorites. I always envisioned King Tapalo being Sean Connery. It's just in my vision. So he originally had a more pasty face, and I fixed that in post-production. You can also see he has like the same like Padme. Padme had like red dots under her eyes. That's kind of like, it's not exactly there. It could show how careless he is as king. He's supposed to be kind of a corrupt king or a careless king. So he has kind of has like dots under his head.
The last thing we want is to have these
and he's voiced by Duncan Bruce. It's not AI. It's not Sean Connery AI. It's a voice actor.
Construction projects be seen as signs of foreign occupation. Our partners wish to work closely with Naboo's own plasma energy engineering and the Theed Space Vessel Engineering Corporation to make certain that the improvements are viewed as a cooperative effort. When the construction phases are completed, the refinery and the spaceports will be under your full
This whole scene also was condensed.
Control.
Yet the opposition contends that Naboo will be forever indebted to the banking clan and the Trade Federation.
Only until the plasma begins to flow.
Yeah, exactly. I should stop listening to the naysayers. Well, they get to you sometimes, They're negative Nancy's. I mean, there is that, we talked about him this morning or yesterday. There was that Star Wars Unfiltered guy that, called my stuff visually, he was just an industry shill. I'm not going to go much into him, but
I understand your trepidation.
Exactly
but the question you need to ask
exactly
yourselves
the type of people I hate that get in my comment section. But people don't realize I will respond to comments. I will, if you attack someone else in my comment section, I will attack. I will come on you.
I suppose so, Magister, but perhaps it's better to run the risk of defeat rather than ascend to the throne in dishonor.
Dishonor? Have we crossed the galaxy to be insulted?
Wait.
And here is
we mean no
Osborne's,
insult to the Mask Holdings. Yes, we must be mindful of the concerns of the present electorate. But we shouldn't allow the fearful voices
One
of
of my
a few
favorite
to
comments
cripple our
was
chance of
Littlefinger sold
joining
out
the galactic
Naboo.
community and raising the profile of the entire
Littlefinger.
Chommel sector. I suggest we act
Yeah,
boldly.
I'm an artist, and I once
To
dealt with a
avoid
guy who
being
constantly complained
perceived as
about me
having
not
bowed
drawing
to
an
pressure,
underage character as
I
hot.
say we use
There
this
is weirdos,
unprecedented
man.
visit
I
by
think they're just
Damascus
jealous
to
of the
announce
work, you know.
publicly that we
They can't
alone
realize
are
they could
capable
take a
of entering
Gmod
into an
model and make
agreement with the
something
bad
out of it or
guy,
something like
and
that.
others that will allow Naboo to restructure its debt, achieve favorable world status with the core, and provide for tax cuts, lower
Night
interest
sister,
rates,
brother type.
and
Yeah, he's
endless
wearing robes like
opportunities
that.
for employment
Compared to
both
the other
on
nobles
and
of Naboo.
off-world. We must seize this moment before it disappears.
Do you have anything to add, Magister Damask?
Only that we couldn't have stated our case any better than Theed's future governor already has.
Hear, hear.
One day soon, Varuna will be the king of Naboo.
Alright, here we go. Here's the big moment. The Palpatine scene. So Palpatine has his original theme. So this is the map from Battlefront 2, the Theed map. It's not accurate like Theed map, but it's you know, it does the job.
I'm looking for a student named Palpatine.
This is actually a character from Attack of the Clones. I didn't know. I used a generic female model. I didn't know she was in Attack of the Clones, so you could call this her mother or something like that. I don't know. Forget her name. Glub Shitto. I don't know.
Do you know where I might find him just now?
Whoa!
Is he perhaps attending a class?
He comes and goes. Maybe I saw him at the youth program building.
Maybe.
I think it was him.
Can you direct me there?
Okay, so Palpatine's theme is an inversion of his. Palpatine's innocent theme is an inversion of his his real theme. It's supposed to become the evil theme you hear later.
Young human, a moment of your time. Palpatine.
How do you know my name?
I know more about you than just your name.
So we address this again. We'll get into it. The reason why his voice sounds the way, and someone asked a question like that. We'll get into more details. Let's listen to more. His appearance. So, some people said he looks like Tom Hiddleston. That was an inspired idea. But it actually is a Loki head model from an old Thor game that we used. Instead of, originally, there was a young Palpatine head I was going to use, but it just looks ugly. And I'll show you what it looks like. Here it is. I don't know. I wasn't feeling it. It really made him look pasty and stuff. So. Real quick, we're gonna change the. Let's see. I found it. Okay. So this is originally what Palpatine was going to look like. So this is originally what he was going to look like in the movie. I didn't like the look. I thought it was really pasty and bad. So we went with this look instead. It was a creative choice, but yes, this one looks more like Ian McDiarmid, but it looks like an older Ian McDiarmid with it just pasty. He's like got clown makeup on. It just doesn't look good. So we went with this face.
I take exception at people claiming to know something about me. But since I know something about you as well, I will restrain myself.
Let's see.
What is it you know about me?
You're Hugo Damask. The president? No, the Magister of Damask Holdings.
So alright, the big question I get, why does Palpatine sound older? Why does he sound like an old man in the, why does he sound a little bit older, like he's in the Phantom Menace, when he's supposed to be a kid? Well, I asked the same question to the Chosen Clone, who voices Palpatine. He gave me two reasons why. He said, one, he based his voice off Ian McDermott, and we talked about this before. I reply to every comment that says it. There isn't much of Ian McDermott. There isn't much of Ian McDermott younger, but I'm trying to find how he sounds like. Okay, here it is. This is the earliest date of him that sounds young.
Are you going south?
Yeah, what?
I wonder if you could help me. You see, I've got two young ladies here in trouble.
Norway himself, with terrible numbers, assisted by that most disloyal traitor, and
he sounds like that in the 70s. So the Chosen Clone based his performance on a younger Ian McDermott. The thing is, he sounds the same as he did in the Phantom Menace, if not maybe a little lighter. So I just pitched up his voice a little bit, and really, it's one of those things that some people can't believe, and that's kind of the whole thing with. I actually do prefer their lips don't move in this. This would make more sense for an animated film, but here I think no lip movements work. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he's not 84. He's 80. He's not. Ian McDermott's 80, right? Yeah, his birthday was yesterday. I know that. Yeah, happy birthday to Ian McDermott. He's 80. Wow, 80 years of the Emperor. That's a big task. But yeah. But here, another thing someone said is he has a lot of emperorisms in this. He sounds like the Emperor. And someone said, is he autism coded? Like, is he autistic? I actually like that theory. I like that. That makes him so unique. That makes more sense. Like, people do not understand. You could understand that this awkward Plagueis, he's evil. This is how Plagueis gets to him. And, this is his nature. The emperorisms is his nature. That's just how weird he's supposed to be. And that kind of gives a unique spin on a younger Palpatine. Because when we're doing part 2, I'm going to work with Chosen Clone, and we're going to make him more sophisticated and stuff. And you could see that this is the one, because Plagueis is the one, he's going to help him become a good politician. I mean, hell, Damask is a politician himself. So it's a very interesting portrayal of Palpatine, a voice portrayal. It caught some people off guard and they can't accept it. That's fine. They still like the movie. They just don't like it. For me, I like it a lot, and we're not going to change his voice actor. It's ridiculous. So,
My father said that you were coming to Naboo to meet with Bon Tapalo. Your group is showing up as bid for the throne.
Did your father say that I might be coming to meet with you also?
I also think his voice, I pitched up his voice. I don't think it rendered. His voice is supposed to be a little higher than it here, and I think it was an issue with the Audacity. It wasn't just pitching his voice up correctly. So it was a mistake on my end.
Why would he? And what exactly is it you want with me?
I believe we have something in common.
I very much doubt that.
Perhaps all the more reason to become acquainted, then.
Yeah, I do like that. Sidious is his true nature. Palpatine is his mask. Uh, and then Plagueis will teach him about masks as the story goes
The
on.
man you were speaking with earlier.
My mentor in the youth program, his name is Vidar Kin. He's an aide to Naboo's Republic, senator, and will likely succeed her, and not a supporter of T'Palo.
Are you interested in politics beyond your participation in the Legislative Youth Program?
I'm not sure what I want to do after university.
But you've some interest in politics.
I didn't say that. I said I wasn't sure.
So, for some reason, the audio here is better than on the YouTube release. You know how people said the music is louder on YouTube than it is, like, you can hear the voices more clearly. That is the sound mixing. I think YouTube compresses the audio. I think YouTube's responsible for why a lot of the dialogue is not as loud as. Again, apologies. I recommend just having subtitles at all times because then that audio thing doesn't matter. If some people have a better TV system, I'm sure it's better on there. I watched this on my TV the other day and it sounded pretty fine.
I'm a stranger to Theed. Would you consider showing me around?
Listen, I'm...
Just a short tour.
Yeah, this is the uncompressed audio. This is off the actual video file. Which, by the way, would anyone like? I might post this on archive.org. The actual file. I might post this on archive.org so people can download it, uncompressed. I don't know if archive.org will compress it, but yep. I don't think. Here's the thing. A lot of people say it seems like people are hoping Disney takes this down. I don't know why they would, because I'm not really copying a lot of the scenes word for word, and I don't understand why people have that mentality. Like, Disney's gonna shut you down. Like, why? I thought there's no copyright music. There's it's all voice acted. There's barely any like copyright dialogue. It's why do you want to be such a doomer? Are you an Acolyte fan? It's like, seriously, you want to see people fail. Dude, I hate some of these doomers and know-it-alls in the comments.
Theed is a beautiful city.
If you like museums.
You've no interest in art.
I enjoy art, but I'm more of a minimalist.
Here's another technique. It's a shooting technique I call make it sound like they're actually next to each other technique. They're not actually walking with each other. It's just the way it's shot makes it seem like they're walking. That last shot of them walking together, again, was green screen. Or it was two shots spliced together to give the illusion that they're walking together. But you can't tell at all because of the...
In all things.
I wish Theed weren't so crowded. I wish the winters were milder. I wish our king had fewer advisors and ministers.
That sounds like a political statement.
It is simply my personal opinion.
They already did that, Scary Brandon.
Fair enough.
Well, I mean, there's a whole Hair of the Empire movie, and that hasn't been taken down, so why should I worry? And the Hair of the Empire movie is better animated than this. Is the voice acting better? I don't know. I don't want to criticize other people's work, but...
Mutually exclusive.
What are you attempting to draw out of me?
It has come to my attention that you were responsible for the...
I don't think Disney will do anything. Like I said, if they ask me to take it down, I'll take it down. But I think the most they could do is claim... They could try to claim... No... They can't really claim. They got nothing. They got nothing, man. This is a fan film for the fans. We gotta be just happy it exists. I'm so happy I got it. They shouldn't try to say super chats either. I don't care what they say, man.
Release of some information that has aided T'Palo's
True,
campaign.
I hope so. Here's a big question. I wonder if some people are gonna ever do streams or reviews of this. it's blowing up, and I would really love to see other people's thoughts on it. So far, everyone's been super positive on it. Like, really surprising. It's the most positive thing I've ever done. Other than, like, nitpicks about the voices. Like, no one has said, I hate this, except maybe a few people, which I think they were coded Acolyte fans.
Isn't important right now. What is that you did so against what would have been the wishes of your father, your mentor, and some of the other royals.
Are you planning to divulge this?
Yep. So a thing I do is when I listen to the audiobook for editing reference, so I have the audiobook in the timeline, and it guides me on what to do in the scene. Like Palpatine, it says Palpatine and Plagueis sit down. Well, then I transition the scene to them sitting down and talking, and it's kind of a nice guide to, you know, have the scene shot.
Might happen if I did.
Yeah, I'm not making money off this. This is non-profit. This stream is monetized. The actual movie where you can watch this is the actual stream where you can watch this is not monetized. So this is director's commentary. This is me giving insight into my own fan film, so it should qualify as commentary. So this one is monetized. The actual Plagueis movie where you sit back and watch is non-profit. Although if I have to demonetize this one, I can, but they don't. Yeah, they.
To begin with, my father would murder me.
Literally.
He would disown me.
It's true, then. You and your father find yourselves on opposite sides of the issues that animate the...
It's so fucking awesome. Oh, wow. We got a lot of people. Hello. A lot of people coming in the chat, popping in the chat. I don't get people who defend the Acolyte apart. I think they're paid. I think they're paid off, or they're influencers. It's the only way.
It would be far stranger to find...
Or they don't care about the source material other than the movies. They only watch the movies and TV shows. They don't read the books. They weren't born in that timeline. There's a bunch of Zoomers. I mean, a bunch of Zoomer cultures now with Star Wars. I grew up with the EU, so but I also grew up with the other stuff. I mainly grew up with the EU because I was born in the time I was born a year before the Phantom Menace came out, and I saw Revenge of the Sith Episode 2 in the theaters as a kid. That was my Star Wars. That whole decade was my Star Wars, the prequel trilogy. And Disney Star Wars, I don't overall hate. I shouldn't, well, no. There are some good things in it, like Andor. If Andor was an EU series, or EU book series, I don't think people would have any shit to stank up. You need to like, Andor to me is the closest to this. But some people are gonna say it's boring. It's boring. It's only show where the showrunner gives a shit. He's doing his own take on Star Wars, like EU writers did in the past. That's really where the love should go into Star Wars. But don't just give it to people that are just hires. They don't care about the source material or whatever. Exactly. The EP said she hired fans of Star Wars. That whole Acolyte show, the only guy that gave a shit in that entire show was the guy who played Master Saul, who was a goated actor. People can shit on the Acolyte all they want, but he was pretty goated in that show.
Rise and fall.
Not much to commentate. This is pretty much accurate to the book. Have a better idea of how to govern the galaxy?
It's an interesting...
I'm just an old mune who wouldn't know about that.
The friendly Plagueis... Nothing creepy about this at all in Theed. The young boy and the alien talking amongst themselves.
In human years, I would be well over 100.
I envy you that.
Why?
All the things you've done and can still do.
What would you do?
Everything.
I'm glad you were able to show your brother Plagueis. I got another comment that said my brother. I don't know if it was you, but someone said their brother. He wanted to show his brother this story. He never know how he would. He wanted it was like introducing them to this, fill them in. And one person said that, and it kind of really brought hot warmth to my heart. So the speeder here is actually just a reskinned air speeder from episode 2, Attack of the Clones.
This vehicle is yours?
A prototype patrol-grade Flash. I race competitively.
Do you win?
Why else would I bother racing?
Okay, I will admit there's some weird takes on Palpatine, but I kind of feel like that's just the uniqueness. He's kind of doesn't trust. Does he trust Plagueis yet?
Who knows? Perhaps you'll go into banking one day.
Unlikely. Majestar Damask.
I suppose there are better ways to earn credits.
Credits don't interest me.
I'm beginning to wonder just what does. Palpatine, I wonder how you would feel about working with us.
The one thing I wish I would is making him smile. I mean, that's not him smiling, that's like curling his lip. But,
I mean,
in what capacity?
to be perfectly blunt, as a kind of spy. I won't say that you and I want the same things for Naboo, because clearly, and notwithstanding your feelings about architecture, you hold your world dear.
There's not much to talk about this scene here. It's pretty, it's kind of just, he's trying to be friendly to Palpatine.
Then you accept?
Some people they just can't, and some people don't like hearing the audiobook either, because, audiobooks can be boring. I prefer reading than listening to the audiobook. Exception being Plagueis, I prefer the audiobook. But it does just go on. Like, I want to get to the point of some of the stories, the points, and the...
I could take you for a ride tomorrow. If you have time, I mean. Show you some more of Theed and the outskirts.
If I have your word, you won't go too fast.
Only fast enough to keep it interesting.
Interesting. I used this map in another fan film I did, Darth Maul Endgame, which actually connects to the whole Plagueis story. When it's kind of a side story to episode 3 or 4 of Plagueis, whenever that gets released. So,
Maybe I'll become a professional racer.
a big issue with people, and I said this before in the stream, people seem to people who have listened to the audiobook, they can't seem to disassociate from the audiobook to the adaptation of Plagueis, which is kind of, but people who've never listened to the audiobook, it's kind of just, the audiobook is goated, yes, but some people just need to, separate themselves from the material sometimes and say, well, this is different than this.
On Naboo might expect more of the eldest son
nothing
of
creepy
House
here.
Palpatine.
I ignore the expectations of others.
Was the speeder a gift from your father?
A bribe, but one I accepted.
Does he approve of your racing?
My father hasn't ridden with me for years.
He doesn't know what he's missing.
It has nothing to do with my talents. When I was younger, I was responsible for the deaths of 2 pedestrians. At the time, my father threatened never to allow me to fly.
Yeah, I like that, like the cadence of Palpatine. He allowed me to fly.
But he eventually relented.
What made him change
He
his mind?
relented.
I wore him down.
I'm sorry. I didn't know.
There are some ancient ruins in there. But that's Gungan territory.
You know, what I wish I could
had
do on
any
my
details
channel is give memberships. I think that would be the best thing, is having memberships. Fortunately, they won't let me, so.
No. But I have seen the ones that come into Monia.
No option to
trade
do
for
memberships.
goods.
What are your thoughts about them?
Aside from the fact that they are long-eared, slimy-tongued primitives.
Aside from that,
I don't mind them, so long as they keep to the
I don't know,
sunlit
they haven't put the
and
membership option on my thing.
not.
By the way, thank you, Solonic, for the PayPal thing.
Exactly. Humans deserve to have the upper
I got
hand
it
here.
just now. So.
There are many worlds in the galaxy where the matter of who has the upper hand, as it were, is in dispute.
That's because most beings are afraid to take charge. Think about what the Republic Senate might accomplish under the leadership of a
Would the
strong
membership
being.
include paying you?
I have
Yeah, I
given
think
thought
so.
to that, Palpatine.
Hell, a $1 membership I think would be enough for some people. I would like to see like some people in the chat with their green things.
What does the
I don't know why YouTube doesn't do that.
do in response to each and every crisis? It dispatches the Jedi to
You know, you never know. People might. This could be, you know,
and moves on without addressing the roots of the problem.
The Jedi could rule the Republic if they
What
wished.
about Twitch? I want to do
I
Twitch.
suppose we
I
should
don't
be
like Twitch.
grateful that the Order is dedicated to peace.
I don't view it like that.
Yeah. Oh, I'm almost
think
at
the
20k
Jedi
subs
have
today,
dedicated
and
themselves
should be in a
to
couple more
limiting
subs.
change.
So
They wait for the Senate to tell them when and where to intervene and what to fix. When in fact they could use the Force to impose their will on the entire galaxy if they wanted. I'd have more respect.
I don't see
for
the
them
point of
if
doing
they
a
did.
Twitch. I don't game a
Do
lot.
you grant
I only
your
play
father
Battlefront.
respect when he attempts
I don't
to
see the point
impose
of
his
the
will
Twitch.
on you?
Nothing against that.
That's different. The reason I don't respect him is because he's not half as intelligent as he thinks he is.
Yeah, I got
If he
Patreon.
could
That's
admit
enough.
to his weaknesses, I could at least pity him.
Before long, I will own this human.
House Palpatine is wealthy, but not nearly as wealthy as some of the other houses.
When will you get
and
their
not
mouths to
nearly
move?
As
Honestly, I don't think I will have their mouths move. I kind of like this way of, it's kind of like you don't need their mouths moving. You got the subtitles, and it's. I tried to add AI lip sync. Maybe lip sync AI will get better as time goes on in the next month or so. I mean, they did live portrait, but that still isn't good enough.
With the king and the electorate, despite my
I have a mission for all you guys though. You should spread this movie out. We should blow this up. We gotta blow this movie up. So take the link of the original and spread it on Reddit or Facebook, and try to get it out there. Get people talking about it. People are talking about Star Wars Skeleton, Mew, and Mando and Grogu, which I kind of don't care for either. Mando's okay, but Mando Season 3 kind of got me off board, the Mando train.
to take a leadership position with the royals.
I do have a Discord. Everyone join the
To
Discord.
elevate our house to a position of true entitlement.
I need a
And along
Discord
with it,
mod
the
to
awareness
organize
recognize
everything.
That the time has come for Naboo to exploit its matchless resources and join the modern galaxy. Instead, he and his cronies, in complete and utter political ineptitude, want to keep us caged in the past.
Does your mother share his views?
Did I read?
Only because she espouses no views of her own. Only because he
We are almost to 20k. Almost to 20k. This is a 20k stream, I guess. Here, I'm gonna edit the title of this. 20K, 20K. So here, give me the 20K, everyone. We're almost at 20K. 2 more subs.
Subservient to him, as he has my well-behaved brothers and sisters who treat me like an interloper, and yet to my father represent all I can never be.
And yet you honor your house by going by its name.
Well, for a time I thought about adopting the name of our distaff line. I haven't rejected the dynasty I was born into. I've rejected the name I was given. But not for the grandiose reasons some think. Just the opposite, actually. I'm certain that you, of all beings, understand as much.
Could this Palpatine be the one? He could. Of course I understand.
He could.
But
maybe to be honest, we could do a FB page and spread out other than YouTube. Could I possibly to stream on Twitch?
When you were young, did you question your motivations? Especially when they ran counter to everyone else's.
Oh, we passed 20K. We passed 20K. Get the music.
Why this?
We passed the 20K mark. Yeah, get your wine and your totes and your get your floaties. The storm is coming. The totes, get your physical media. Get all that. All right, we're changing the title of the video. 20K celebration. Oh, Salonic Nugget. Oh, Salonic. Oh, wow. Man. Yep. I am king of the beasts, father. All right. Yeah, don't hurt yourself, Salonic. Thank you so much, man. Give him all the likes. Everyone likes Salonic's super chat. Let's go. Wow. Thank you so much for. Wow. Well, let's change this up a bit. We're gonna pause the commentary here, and we're gonna talk. You know, we're gonna just I'm gonna be like you guys seen Megamind where Metro Man says like let's stop here. It's taken. We started this channel. We started this channel in 2020. I think it was 2020 for the purpose of making fun comic dubs or novel dubs like Darth Disciple. And we also did a remake of The Last Jedi. We did our own version. It's it's a huge thing to get to this point. I mean, 20K to some people might not seem like a big number, but we've gotten, we've had help from other people. We're a small channel. We make niche content, and to finally reach a goalpost of 20K is a big deal for me, at least. It's I work my butt off. I do everything. Besides, I don't do the voice acting. That's it. I we go back to, I just want to take a time to look back at Everest Productions, and it's become kind of become, Plagueis aside, the Plagueis commentary, it's kind of become like a big thing where, these little orcas, and I'm a little orca here, and we've done something good to I didn't know that the Plagueis thing I thought was just for fun. I did that one video in March. I didn't know it would propel me from 8K to 20K in a couple months. Not only that, but the video's blowing up. It's getting people invested in my channel and people appreciating my content more. I'm seeing more comments on Last Jedi, and Rise of Skywalker Revitalized, and I want to go back now, and I think of the good times when we started this channel. I met some people like Cash Money, Solonic, all you guys, and you've supported me. Mike, Pacific 414, Baron, Phil McCracken, even my YouTube chatters like Darth Urbex, the Ancient Sith, the Senate. I mean, Theory likes my, Theory. I thought people would hate my stuff because I use old animation and stuff, and no, people seem to love it. I didn't know people actually would care. I'm not a professional animator. I'm just doing this for fun. But now you're turning in the real killer whale. Yep. Yep. Thank you, Marvel peers. It's truly a blessing to get 20K. Now getting, super chats, and for all we know, I won't lose the subs, but I'll lose, money doesn't matter. It's all for fun. It's all good fun, and I'm gonna look back briefly while we pause this commentary. I'm gonna look back at I want to look back at the good times that, the first things we did briefly, since this is a 20K occasion. And, Plagueis is, in my opinion, the biggest project, the best project I did, but there's so many golden. No, it isn't the best option. It's I would say it's the one that we have good memories of working on other things like we worked on The Last Jedi Revitalized, we worked on Rise of Skywalker Revitalized, we worked on Vader, we worked on Darth Disciple, and we even did some streams with so many people. I mean, 200 videos, half of them are streams, but whatever. We put a lot of effort, and to finally get to 20K is, I think, an achievement, so let's clap. Let us clap. Let us clap. And I like Solonic. I would say Solonic is one of the biggest supporters. I want to thank you, Solonic. Ever since I met you a couple years ago, you've been a big supporter. I'm so glad you're here. I wish I could say the same about some other buddies of ours. But they want to do the they chose to do. I will never be a grifter. People can choose people can choose. I will never just hate something just to hate. If I feel, I will always give my opinion on something. I will never do a clickbait thumbnail. I will always do something I feel is in my heart. And the Plagueis stuff was in my heart. And I didn't take opportunities. The what ifs brought people to our channel. The Ahsoka what if people liked. I mean, we did so much to get. So yeah, I think it's a momentous occasion to get to 20K. I mean, the first project we ever did was The Rise of Skywalker Revitalized. You can watch a director's cut. I mean, it was the first project we did, and we went to where is it? And then we went to Darth Disciple, and that's how we did the voice acting. A lot of the voice acting group and people we met was through Darth Disciple. Man, Ventress with those. Ventress seems rather vulpous in this thumbnail. I should have double checked that. And then we did Revitalized, like, briefly. I don't think it's coming back, but we did Revitalized, which was great. One day I gotta finish it. And then finally we did the biggest project last year, which was The Rise of Skywalker Revitalized, which was one of the biggest videos on the channel, and it brought a lot of fans to us. And now we are at Plagueis. We are at Plagueis. It's been a momentous journey doing everything, and I'm glad people are seeing our work. I would say my goal now is to get to 30. I don't think I could ever get to 100K. Maybe I could, but my goal now is to just keep making good content and delivering, what people like. So you should mod Solonic. Solonic is a good mod. Solonic, you're a good mod. If Disney wants to kill me for doing my passion, then they can try. They shouldn't kill a Star Wars fan for having passion for the old material. Hell, I don't hate all the material. I like the Clone Wars and stuff like that. I like what I like. And when they make this new shit that makes me want to make stuff like this, they can go making whatever they want to make. It's not going to bog me down. It might bog down other people. But I'm never going to go low and hate something for the sake of hating. If I don't feel something's right, I don't feel something's right. And I think, from now on, I feel grateful for where we are at now. So we will get to 100K. We will get the, what was it? Is it the black play button? It doesn't matter what play button I get. We will keep making badass Star Wars content. And it doesn't matter if I have a still image of something and it's literally Shakespeare. We're gonna trudge on. And with all you guys are the bigger supporters. We are the Orcas. I am the Orca. Cuckoo, cachoo. That makes do. So we are here in 20K. It's now on to 40K, 60K, and hell, 100K. Let's do it. We are on our way. We're on our way. We're on our way. Okay, let's go back to the Plagueis commentary. 20K. 20K. Whew. Yeah, Everest Production might do live action. I don't think I'll do live action. I was gonna work with someone named Saya on something. I won't give much details on that, but I don't know if that'll come to pass. I would love to work with her, but I don't know if I'll do Unreal. It's not my thing. Orca team. So what exactly does it take to create these animations? Well, it's a video game. Honestly, it's just a couple dollars. Just buy the video game and then learn my techniques. I might do like a tutorial video on it sometime, but I don't want people just to copy my style. I would hate for people just to copy my style, and then it kind of just becomes,
By that. What if this, or what if that?
Ow, that was a error right there that I could fix.
I simply responded to my own determination. Some of us are required to do what others cannot.
Alright, so Malistaire. Malistaire is actually a reskinned Bunta Eve with some city buildings. You know, it's made to look futuristic, but it's actually Bunta Eve. Okay. You might not see her. I have a trademark alien that I use that's not from Star Wars. I think that's me. So my favorite character of all time is not a Star Wars character. It's a character from the game Mass Effect called, her name's Tali Zora. She is kind of like my trademark. She's in a lot of stuff I do in the background. It's kind of just my it's kind of like, I think that is Tali driving the pod racer. You can barely tell it's Tali, but yeah, it's Tali. That's kind of my alien, and that's kind of my trademark from Mass Effect. But it's my favorite character from any franchise, and it's kind of, besides the orcas. I don't think I would have orcas in here, but. Okay, this is the Senator Pack's team's arena is a cafe. It's kind of like remodeled. There's a green screen to make it seem like it's
Have you picked a winner, Magister?
I believe I have. Why is it that we never see humans competing in the races?
They haven't the talent for it. The favorite to win today is the Doug at the controls of the Blue Racer.
Ellie jump scare. The cameo just like E.T. and AOTC. Yeah, basically.
Perhaps Gardula will be able to entice humans to pilot pod racers in the course she is refurbishing on Tatooine.
So it is true. You support the Hutt.
It's simply business.
Is this the purpose of your visit? To reopen wounds that have not yet been healed?
Yes.
I don't compound the offense.
From whom did you learn of our interests on Naboo?
Is young Palpy modeled on Tom Hiddleston? He uses a Tom Hiddleston. He uses a Loki model from an older Thor game. That's probably why you get the Tom Hiddleston connection. If for Palpatine, I already answered that in the commentary.
I don't.
From whom?
We were approached by subtext mining, following the unexplained disappearance of some of its members. The ones I encountered on Sojourn, I suspect.
They were in fine health when they left the gathering.
I am certain they were.
Why did subtext approach you?
To inform us that
That's
you are involved in a deal.
Yep. So Pax team's voice is pitched up and it's sped up. So it gives him kind of alien voice.
First, you strike a deal with Gardula that favors Tatooine over Malastare. And now, Naboo's plasma captures your attention.
I'm glad you liked
your
it, Steve.
offer to increase the cost of Malastare's energy exports. So, why shouldn't we have alerted the opponents of yours on Naboo, when you would have done the same?
You harm yourself by attempting to sabotage us. The Protectorate could have profited from Naboo, as the Trade Federation will, but no longer.
We refuse to be demeaned. Again, I remind you, Magister, that promises were made. We are not without allies and cronies.
I think Plagueis just doesn't care about this guy.
Senate. We can crush any legislation you wish to see passed, or arrange for your bills and no big contracts to languish in procedure for years. We'll put one of our own in the Chancellorship. We'll deny the Trade Federation's shipping rate on Kinyan and along the trade spine. We'll turn the Dugs loose onto the moons. And you'll never get what you want, Magister.
On the contrary, I already have what I want. Order the Sun Guard to retrieve the miners we removed in the Tingle Arm. Execute them and have their bodies dumped at the gates of Subtext Mining's corporate headquarters on Corellia.
On Corellia. Alright, this scene is original.
Curious.
Where are you placing your Plagueis figure when he arrives on your desk? I don't know if I'll open him unless he's unopened. I might place him on a wall.
To meet us at
unopened.
the spaceport.
Hold it right there.
That's your amazing voice actor right there.
Which one of you is Magister Damask?
That would be me.
Under Urn. Should be able to see. So here's the thing. I don't see memberships at all on Urn on YouTube. It just says watch page ads, short feed ads, super shopping giving. That's it. Oh well. Not much I can do there.
What is the meaning of this?
Someone important wishes to speak with you. We only ask your cooperation and follow us.
This scene isn't in the book, it's original.
I see now. You need not worry, Hill. I will be gone shortly. I fully intend to meet our host personally.
The music here is inspired by Lord of the Rings: Return of the King. But I didn't know there was going to be like a Lord of the Rings music vibe, but that's kind of what Max told me about. And that's the symbol of Palpatine. That's supposed to be the crest that Plagueis is looking at.
Beautiful work, isn't it?
As is the view.
My, I'm so glad that you decided to accept my invitation to visit, Magister Damask.
So, Kusinga's voice isn't really particularly based on anyone. Someone said Jonathan Pryce, but I think it's like an original interpretation. I really like his voice a lot. I like it even more than the audiobook voice.
The presence of armed guards suggested an absence of choice.
Yeah, basically.
Kusinga Palpatine.
Well, there were...
Have you thought about trying it in the Unreal Engine? Nah. I don't... come on. Do I need? I'm not gonna repeat myself on that.
For your protection, Majesty.
Nah, I like my machinima style.
I never thought of Naboo as a dangerous...
If people think this is unwatchable, that's fine. Just watch something else. I don't, but a lot of people have not told me it's not unwatchable. It's, you know, they need to see 4K graphics and go, you know, there's always some...
For some, it is. But now that you are here, allow me to show you around.
Here's some trivia. So here's some trivia about Convergence,
is Varikino,
the lake house.
A prize of the lake.
That house right there is Padme's. That is Padme's house. From Attack of the Clones. Palpatine's lake house is across the lake. If you haven't read the book, obviously you read the book.
Country, once owned by the poet Omar Berenko, and previously occupied by the Naberi family.
The Naberi family is obviously Padme's family.
Are you perhaps familiar with Berenko's masterwork, The Defense of Naboo?
Sadly, no.
I also removed the scene where Plagueis kind of gets sick of human food. I removed it because there's not really a scene, like it's not really an office area I could portray it in.
I'll arrange for you to be provided with a translation.
A copy in the original text would be fine. I'm fluent in your language.
Ita. Intelligotis a ti peritum in Naboo rai publice fere.
And the so-called Naboo, there is no really language. There is no like language, so to speak, of the Naboo that I know of. So Naboo is basically Italian, and the guy that played Kosinga spoke fluent Italian. So he just did an Italian voice for the Naboo. So technically, the Naboo language is regular Earth Italian.
Perhaps you'll take up a study of the Mune language next.
Let me tell you a short story about Ponte Palo and Ars Verona. 70 years ago, some 2 decades after our own conflict with them.
Right. This artwork is actually concept art from The Phantom Menace, used to represent the so-called old-aged war Kosinga describes.
The Gungans found themselves embroiled in a war for survival with a mercenary army.
Hold on, where was Naboo filmed? I think it was filmed in Spain. No, it was filmed in Italy. The Palace of Naboo is in Italy. I think no. The interiors of the Theed Palace were in Italy, but the exteriors, the city, it was filmed in Spain. So it's kind of a mix. It's kind of a mix. Where was the lake house filmed though? The lake house was filmed in Italy, so basically there's a lot of Italian influence.
Fortunately, the Gungans prevailed, though not without many deaths and the loss of some of their swamp cities. Very little was ever made public regarding the cause of the war or the source of the mercenaries.
See, I love this guy's take on Kosinga. I could not imagine replacing him with the audiobook voice or anyone else.
But
he does like a very unique voice.
I'm willing to let you in
Kosinga.
on one of Naboo's darkest secrets, in the hope that you'll learn something from it. The reason for the war was plasma, and the houses that contributed most to funding the mercenary army were House Tepalo and House Verona. When my grandfather learned of this, he challenged Tepalo's father to a duel of honor, and eventually succumbed to the injuries Tepalo's blade inflicted. The duel took place just there.
Obviously the scene's supposed to be in an office, but I kind of like the ambience of the lake house. Kind of, I like it more. It kind of like
How utterly romantic and human.
Perhaps you failed to grasp the point of the story, Magister. Tapalo, Veruna, and the rest of the group of thugs are interested only in power and wealth, at whatever cost in Naboo. The discovery of a plasma reservoir below Theed was the worst thing that could have happened. And now, they mean to exploit it for all it's worth, with the aid of influential beings like yourself.
Like yourself.
This is why Tapalo must never be king.
It would appear.
And Plagueis like has the biggest. I don't really care about
that
this.
The electorate disagrees with you.
For now, yes. But we have plans for bringing the electron.
So the body, Kosinga, his head is based on a character from Dark Forces. I used the head from Dark Forces remake, and then the body is actually Admiral Hemlock from Bad Batch. It kind of gave me like a regal noble suit. Compare it to Palpatine's uniform, that his white uniform, that's the university coat he wears.
Back into line, beginning with an announcement that the deal Tapalo struck with the banking clan has fallen through.
I wasn't aware that it had.
Why do you think we stopped your party from entering Theed? We still wield enough power to keep you from setting foot on Naboo. And you may as well hear the rest of it, Magister. The Republic Senate has been apprised of murderous attempts to meddle with and destabilize the sovereignty of our world. The Naboo have a legend about 6 impenetrable gates.
Plagueis just doesn't care.
That hold back chaos.
Chaos.
House Palpatine is one of those gates.
Yep, this is my favorite scene because the music is kind of based on Denethor from Lord of the Rings.
The mask.
And we Munes represent chaos.
We are not opposed to having Naboo join the galactic community when the time is right. But not now, and not like this. Tapalo's promise of tax cuts and trade with the core. Those are the very tactics the Republic deploys to seduce primitive worlds into surrendering their resources. The Naboo admire philosophers, not bankers and deal brokers. Tapalo's election to the throne would lead to catastrophe.
The defense of Naboo, the poem you mentioned.
What about it?
Whatever became of the author?
Barenko.
Barenko.
He was abducted by assailants and never found. Are you threatening me here in my own home?
I thought we were discussing history. I only meant to ask what might happen.
So here's a good shot here. I don't know if it's unintentional. You see how dark Plagueis is compared to the lighting of the lake? And
if you are unsuccessful in,
I don't know, it's very unintentional symbolism here.
And Tapalo wins despite your best efforts.
And then meanwhile you have Kosinga, who is a little more brighter. He's less, you can at least see his face.
Already told you that that will not happen, and here is why. Because you're going to tell your friends in the banking clan and the Trade Federation that you've lost interest in Naboo, that you found a better company among the Hutts, slavers, and spice runners of the Outer Rim.
People say they think Kosinga abused Palpatine. It could be possible.
You're a very long way from Unionist, Magister Damask. I strongly suggest that you read.
I definitely would think Plagueis would take
and
take advantage of that fact,
lest anyone fall victim to an untoward event.
I take your meaning, Kosinga Palpatine.
And one more thing. I don't know precisely why you've taken such a keen interest in my son, or he in you, but you're to have no further dealings with him.
Your son has great potential.
Potential I don't want to see despoiled by your kind. We're moving him out of your reach in any case.
I'd been given to believe that the Naboo were an open people. But then, the Gungans probably wouldn't agree either.
Enough of this! God!
We used temp music from Return of the King for this scene.
Get him out of my sight!
Okay. So this scene, I had an idea for Padme's ruminations. You know, the part where it's like, oh, in Revenge of the Sith, where she's looking out the window and Anakin's looking out the window. This is kind of like that, but it's kind of like a Bad Batch spin to the music. What editing software do I use? What editing software I use? I use Sony Vegas.
I knew you would come, Magister.
How did you know?
I just knew.
And just how often are your premonitions correct?
I wonder what Palpatine would have done if he never met Plagueis. I think, you know what, I feel like Palpatine would have killed, I think he would have killed Kosinga.
Almost always.
Anyway. Or maybe no, maybe not, I don't know. So that there is a character we'll see more in episode 2, that's Vidar Kim. He's kind of got like an Ian McShane look to him, but it was a stock character model I used. I'm going to reuse it again when we get to...
Your mentor doesn't care much for me.
He doesn't know you.
We'll have to keep this meeting brief.
So here is the...
Your father
one of the...
may have dispatched surveillance
So,
personnel.
the next scene coming up is...
But even he wouldn't have me watched.
So the next scene that is coming up is the scene where Plagueis he influences Palpatine directly.
You underestimate him, Palpatine.
This is obviously, this whole scene is inspired by the tragedy of Darth Plagueis scene from Revenge of the Sith.
At Convergence.
The lake house?
The music the music from Revenge of the Sith was used as temp music to get the feeling of the scene before Max rescored it with his own take.
To place you out of reach.
He can't do this. He hasn't the right. I won't allow it.
Had this human truly been born of flesh and blood parents, when in fact he seems sprung from nature itself?
You have to help me.
How can I help you? He is your father.
Tell me what to do. Tell me what you would do.
You could use this incident as a means of emancipating yourself.
Naboo.
I love the fact you got your own music. Well, thank you, Sonic. Max is a good composer.
The legalities of emancipation don't interest me, and they shouldn't interest you. I speak of freeing yourself, of completing the act of recreation you began when you rejected your given name.
You mean disobey him?
If that's as far as you're willing to go, and without thought to consequences.
But,
uncertainty is the first step towards self-determination. Courage comes next.
What would I do?
What do you want to do, Palpatine?
I should have pitched down his voice a little, 1 decimal down during the scene. It doesn't affect it, but I think it was just an editing.
If the choice was yours and yours alone.
I don't want to live as ordinary beings live.
Do you fancy yourself extraordinary?
I want to live an extraordinary life.
Make no apologies for your desires. Extraordinary in what way? Why are you holding back? If you're going to dream, then dream large. You hinted that you had no interest in politics.
Palpatine, he's
I have
opening
interest in
Palpatine up here.
How deep does your interest
Shangri-La, I had a hard time like figuring out the look. I gave it like a Legends retro noble. It's kind of like another Naboo.
Supreme Chancellor of the Republic?
You'll think less of me if I tell you.
Now you underestimate me as you do your father.
I want to be a force for change. I want to rule.
There, he admits it. And who better than a human?
Every time Plagueis, okay, here's a fun fact. Every time Plagueis has an inner thought, you can hear the beat in his heart. Boom. It goes boom. You can hear it.
Immortal Sith Lord rules in secret. If that can't happen, if you can't rule, then what?
And now here comes the Plagueis,
nothing.
Plagueis'
Suppose
manipulation
I said that I would
scene.
be willing to be your ally in this quest.
What would you expect of me in return?
Nothing more than that you commit to your intent to free yourself, that you grant yourself the license to do whatever is necessary to
Thank you,
realize your
Solomon. I know, it
ambitions,
does make it special.
at whatever risk to your alleged well-being, and to full expectation of the solitude that will ensue. I want to tell you something
Here
about
is
my past.
one of my favorite scenes, his past.
Born and raised.
And it's mainly the music. And I'm going to give some interesting details about this.
Is not on Munilist, but on a world called Maikito.
So this was based. Has anyone seen the animation Hell's Reach? With like it's a Warhammer machinima. That's kind of the same style. I was aiming for his backstory.
Not his primary wife, but to a second wife. I only experienced Munilist as a young
Kind of
adult
gives it
when
like
my
a
father
blotchy
returned
ink
there.
vibe, a dreamy
Due to
like.
strict population
It's kind of
laws,
dreamlike in a way.
only someone of my father's influence could bring a non-indigenous, half-clan member like me to the planet. Despite this, my father's family saw me as an
I think relying on AI kills the I think AI is not just. It's not going to be good in the long run. It could be a good tool, but
outsider,
it could.
lacking the
It
social
just can be
grace
soulless
of those
sometimes.
born
So.
unmunalist. The mutants detest non-conformity, and I had it in abundance. My siblings were model citizens, insular, self-important, and thrifty to a fault.
I love the music here of him and his backstory. It's one of my favorite tracks on the whole movie.
It angered me to be accepted by the galaxy's downtrodden, but rejected by the self-serving beings. They had to accept me as a fully bonded clan member,
10K donation.
entitled to my share of my father's wealth. But I had to prove my worth by preparing successful financial forecasts.
I don't want people to donate too much to me. They'll fuck up my taxes.
But soon after, my father fell ill.
There's only so much I can get from people.
He advised me to do whatever was necessary to survive, even using harsh means if needed, as lesser minds required guidance and punishment. My father died of a rare genetic disease, which my siblings inherited, but I did not. Panicked by the prospect of early death,
I am afraid. Solonic, you're going crazy. You're going crazy.
To have a cure. Confident they had avoided the family curse, they underwent treatment, including my clan mother.
This guy will be directing Hollywood. I wish I could be directing Hollywood movies. Here's my big goal next year, guys. I want to try to get to MegaCon. So I am going to try to crowdfund next month to go to MegaCon. And I do want to meet some of the people Or if there's a convention people want me to go to and we can premiere Plagueis there, that'll be one of my goals. I was at the Washington Summer Con. Granted, no one gave a shit that I was there, so you know, it is what it is. But I want to go to a convention where I can actually converse with people and have a good Star Wars chat. And yeah, I was invited to MegaCon, so that's a goal that we're gonna get to, for sure.
Legally ostracizing me from the family.
Yeah, Lucasfilm will never hire me.
Little did they realize that I had hired the geneticists,
I know you're East Coast, Rossi. I know you.
and the treatments he provided were as fake as his credentials. Gradually, they began to grow ill and die one
Can
by
Star Wars Theory help you with? I can't read that. The heart's in the way of your comment. With that, hook you up with a Theory lightsaber as well. Yeah, I wish. You never know.
gloating.
See, I'm just a fat.
Pretending to be sad at their funerals.
I'm just.
Rituals that transferred their wealth.
See, I just. Yeah.
Eventually, I outlived
A Theory Saber. Theory Saber. Someone said a Plagueis Saber would be interesting, whether it be Theory Saber or NeoPixel. I don't know. I mean, I think I like Plagueis' Saber. I mean, you could add some custom stuff to it, but it's kind of like a long Luke Saber.
You think me a monster?
You underestimate me, Manchester.
You might. The heart emoji does get in the chat. A smaller con I'm thinking of going to is...
Your father is here.
Well, I don't have enough time to go. I would go to Nashville
An hour
ICC
ago,
Con.
Your mother and siblings are also aboard.
They didn't tell me.
There's also the Legends Con in
You're already
Arlington,
clear
Texas.
Chandra the customs.
That's rather
so we
smaller,
can
and I
proceed
don't feel like
directly to the ship.
flying to Legends
Just
Con.
discharging your orders?
If
Is
I'm
that
going to
it?
fly somewhere, it has to
It's
be
a
worth
job,
my time.
kid. That's the long and short of it.
Dragon Con? I'll have to look that up. Dragon Con. Okay, so yeah, the interior is the same interior from the Phantom Menace for the
Why
ship.
wasn't I informed of this beforehand?
Your mother and siblings are aft. I'll join you there once we've completed the jump.
I would go to Dragon Con. It's just the date is so the date is too close to I need a prep. I need a couple months prep before I go to one of those things. Who is Plagueis' voice actor? It's Nick Ruoff.
For the foreseeable future, you're going to be residing with the Grijatas family. Clothes and other items we thought you'd like to have with you are already aboard. You and Janice got along well the last time we visited. A change of scene will do you good.
A brief intermission. Something's going on. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, just some loud people in the house. Gatman's world. Bop deep day. Bop bop bop. All right. So, back to the commentary.
I did this without conferring with me. What about my university courses? My obligations to the youth program?
That has all been arranged. You can partner with Janus in Carmel Miner's program.
The transformation scene of Sidious.
Janus's hatred of non-humans
is where he murders
with your
his family.
approval, then.
Their chauvinism notwithstanding, I approve of them a lot more than I do your current friends.
No.
He's supposed to be, I think, so he unintentionally, it gives his eyes a glare because of the textures on the skin, the model, but it kind of gives him, it does give him kind of an eerie look in this scene.
It is for your own good.
Does my family know about this project?
Father of lies. How would you know what's good for me?
Thank you, Inverse of Zero. With the $10, says, thanks so much for making this. I watched it all, and it was a great way to relive the novel. I hope someone from Disney takes notes. Well, if they took note, I'm sure they would take it down. So that's a pun, by the way.
Have you ever even cared? This is about my...
No, I don't think they'll care about it at all. They want to do their own stuff, so let them do their own stuff. No one gives a shit.
My friendship with Ego Damas, isn't it?
Huh. Is this what you think it is?
But will Plagueis' death be the same as in the novel where he just gets wasted and falls asleep? Or will it be as Fanalist fixed it where he instead exhausts himself first? Someone needs to send this to Theory. I think Theory is aware of it. He's in it. It just remains if he'll watch it. I would love for him to watch it on stream. He probably watched it on his own time, but he's also a very busy person, so it's best not to push him. Yeah.
The mask is merely using you as a means.
I wonder if I do wonder if Theory was in the chat the other day. I wonder if he knew I was doing a movie version of this. Because everyone that before this came out, everyone thought I was doing a 20-30 minute movie. I wasn't actually going to do they didn't really take me seriously when I said Plagueis is coming. It's going to, a lot of people say, well, I thought this was going to be 40 minutes. I didn't expect this to be 2 hours long. And, a lot of people were surprised by the quality and whatnot, so.
Means of securing information about our strategies for the election.
Of course he is.
And yet you continue to befriend him.
Would you consider the rape of Naboo? I see as a step forward. Ego Damask is a blessing. He's powerful, influential, and brilliant.
He has less time now to do reaction videos, streams to fan stuff because he's so busy. I know that. Yeah, I know that. He's in this. He was the voice of Venomous. He got time. That took a while to get those voice lines.
More so than any of my so-called professors. Head and shoulders above you or any of your royal confederates.
It begins to sound to me like this
Yeah, I figured he's super busy. I don't want to push him. Yeah, let him watch it on his own time. It's there. It's there for people to watch. So
goes beyond mere political differences.
You know it does. You're using this to put me under your thumb again.
Which wouldn't be necessary if you showed even the slightest ability to conduct yourself.
There's going to be some interesting trivia about the process of the transformation theme,
appropriately,
which we'll get into.
My social infractions and trespasses. I refuse to go over old ground.
You're easy on yourself, considering the shame you've nearly brought on us.
I have brought no more shame on the family than you have.
We're not.
Yeah, Rossi. Though I think he's aware of it. I mean, it's blown up in the last few days. I mean, it's 200K. It's becoming my biggest project. I'm hoping it gets to 1 million views. Will it surpass Darth Angelus's Heir to the Empire project? We will have to see. The Heir of the Empire. I give props to Darth Angelus for adapting Heir of the Empire. That was a big. That's a big undertaking.
Not discussing,
especially with the animation he did. Although, granted, he wasn't following the book; he's following the comic. So he's kind of not saying he's cheating, but he has material to work with, to follow from. I'm just following from what I read. So.
Alright, leave me on Kamal Minor, but I won't remain there.
I can see to it that you do.
By assigning some of your muscle men to keep me in line, I'm a lot smarter than them, Father.
After what you already did to counter our plans for Tapalo, there can be no hint of scandal. Have you no idea what's at stake for Naboo?
And for you...
I'm aware, Rossi. Don't worry about it. I'm not nervous. I know when some people are busy or not.
Your mistress.
Love how your version of Heir of the Empire takes Disney canon elements. That's Heir. I didn't do a Heir of the Empire. I was doing my own version of the Truce of Baccarat. And there's damn dogs barking in the background. Damn dogs. All right, back to what we were talking. Damn, they won't quit. They won't quit. Those puppers just won't quit.
Brother becomes king,
and
you will get the lofty position you've always desired, but don't deserve.
The dogs of war.
It'd be so good to have you gone.
Those dogs, shut those dogs up.
Finally, you admit it.
You're as much a mystery to me now as you were when you were young.
Because you lack the ability to understand me.
Grandiose as ever.
Grandiose, in fact. You have no idea what I'm capable of.
Father.
No one does.
I know that you are of my blood, because I had you tested, just to be certain.
Probably the mailman with your Plagueis.
But in truth, I don't know where you came from.
I'm still alive. Hello,
or what
Don.
you've actually descended from.
Yeah, in case people who are joining us again, it went from commentary, like straightforward commentary, to just casual reading the chat and answering questions, to a 20K celebration, because we reached 20K as this video went on. So we have reached 20K. It's now on to 30K and beyond. So.
Yes, there is. That glow I have been on the receiving end of for 17 long years. As if you want to murder me. Murder has always been in your thoughts, hasn't it?
Always been in your...
You've merely been waiting for someone to grant you permission to act.
I don't need anyone's permission.
Precisely. You're an animal at heart.
King of the beasts, Father.
King of the beasts, Father. King of the beasts, Father. King of the beasts, Father.
I've known it since the first moment I tried to swaddle you, and you fought me with the strength that was...
So 3 themes here of the music. It's the original Palpatine Young theme that Max composed, and then it transitions into a darker version of the Sidious theme, and then it transitions into Anakin's dark deeds.
Too powerful for your size or age.
I was born mature, fully grown, and you hated me for it.
Hated you more than you know. Enough to want to kill you from the start.
Well, then you had better do it.
Now.
What was that?
Gods! Oh, Father, where do you think you are going?
If the Force better than you, then I curse it! I curse it!
As I do.
Cozinga?
Sidious!
All in this now.
So if I had like animation, I would have had him smirk and had some shadow over his face. This is an original map of Abora. Here's Abora again. Abora is a mix of props and so I did use some AI on this image. It's actually a building prop, but it's enhanced in AI, and then there's like background mountains to represent Munilis is supposed to be behind the mountain, so to speak. If people want to know, that's an actual like prop, but it's like enhanced by AI, not fully an AI image. If I had the proper model, I would probably have like Vader's castle. I would probably have like a castle like that for Plagueis' house on a mountain, but I don't have the models for that. So he has a white Teen Titans like tower on an island. So.
If the Force better than you, then I curse it! I curse it!
And he senses in the book, he senses the aura, so that scene represents that shot.
Magister Damask, there is an incoming transmission.
Hill?
No, it is the young human Palpatine.
And it's kind of funny. He's got all this blood and shit on him, and there's a lighting technique here to make it seem like there's a lightsaber below Plagueis. It gives the illusion of the hologram lighting.
Where are you?
But it's actually a lightsaber.
I'm not sure.
You're in a starship.
The family ship.
Read aloud the navicomputer coordinates.
Rimward of Exodine, along the Hydean Way.
Contact the Sun Guard. Have them ready a ship and prepare yourself to accompany them.
Yes, Magister.
Are you capable of maintaining your present course?
The autopilot is engaged.
Tell me what happened.
My father arrived unexpectedly.
A Tumblr sexy man? Palpatine's a Tumblr sexy man? This Palpatine's just what? Palpatine's sexy? What? Palpatine?
After the launch, I learned that I was being taken to Carmel Minor.
Okay, it wasn't really. I couldn't really show it that well in animation, but you heard the banging. It's implied that Palpatine bashed his father's skull open, and all the blood spurted on his face. That was the banging on the door. He bashed his head in.
Tell me what happened.
I killed them. I killed them, even the guards.
Over and done with. Now to reel him in further and ensure his continued usefulness. Did anyone on Chandra-La observe you board the family ship?
Only the guard. And he's dead. Everyone's dead.
We need to return you quietly and covertly to Chandrila. I'm sending help. My droid among them. Offer no explanation of what occurred, even if asked, but follow every command without question.
You're not coming with them?
His death reminds me of Snape by the snake. I remember that.
Evidence.
I'll make arrangements for the ship's disposal. No one will ever learn of this event. Do you understand?
I trust him.
And Palpatine, congratulations on becoming an emancipated being.
There's the ship from Attack of the Clones, the Republic freighter. Kind of like a hotel ship.
You said soon. A standard week is not soon.
Okay, that delivery I would have changed. It should have been. You said soon. A standard week is not soon. I should have changed. I should have fixed that line. That's my only one of my few mistakes.
I had business to attend to. Was I supposed to drop everything in service to the predicament you've gotten yourself into?
L ads.
Forgive me. For believing
sorry about
we
the
were in this
ads.
together.
It's just the way it is. That's the way it is.
So?
So you can hear Palpatine's theme. It's like inverted.
Am I not your agent on Naboo?
You did provide us with some
I just recommend.
useful information.
I did more than that, Magister.
Hello, Charlie Allen.
And you know it. You share as much responsibility for what happened as I do.
It's a comical addition. Where's Sean?
Has it really been only a week?
Interesting how the writer notices so many things you think are obvious errors, but no one else can see it.
Or you seem greatly changed. Were the Chandrila and Naboo authorities so rough on you?
As you promised. Where there's no evidence, there is no crime. We searched extensively, but found nothing. But it is you who have changed, despite knowing this would happen.
Did I suspect that you had...
Palpatine, Plagueis just helps himself to the chair, and he's got his legs crossed.
And your father might
he's just enjoying this whole moment.
It would have been obvious to
He's enjoying just fucking.
But you seem to be implying that I somehow divined that the confrontation would end in violence.
You are lying.
What's up with Palpatine's eyes? He's got a glare to him. It's actually a texture error. His texture for his hair is attached to his eyes. That's something I can't fix.
Well, I've forced my hand.
What an odd way to put it. But since you've grasped the truth of it, I offer you a confession.
Oh, it's you, Alan. There's another guy that was named Charlie. I thought you were Charlie. That Charlie.
You came to Chandrila
I'm watching
to ensure
Alan.
my father's spies saw us together.
Once more, correct. You make me proud of you.
You used me.
There was no other way.
Was any of your story about your siblings true?
Some of it, but that scarcely matters now. You asked for my help and I provided it. Your father attempted to thwart you and you acted of your own free will.
And by killing him, I've ridden you of an opponent. My father was right about you. You are a gangster.
This is where the machinations come in, the manipulations.
And you're free and wealthy. So what now, young human? I continue to have great hopes for you. But before I could tell you everything, I needed you to be free.
Free from what?
From fear of expressing your true nature.
You know nothing of my true nature. You never asked about the killings.
I've never been one for grim details. But if you need to unburden yourself, do so.
I executed them with these, and with the power of my mind, I became a storm. A weapon strong enough to warp bulkheads and hurl bodies across cabin spaces. I was death itself.
Oh, what a cautious taming he would require.
Originally, the music was just the piano of the Emperor's theme, and it went on and on. We fixed it. We changed it up a bit.
But what an ally he...
Originally, I used a lot of prequel music as temp music, like the scene where Vader's transformation, and then the council scene where they discuss Palpatine, that he needs to be spied on. I used that as temp music for this.
Might make what an ally. I'm not sure I know what to think of this, Palpatine. Have you always had such powers?
I've always known I was capable of summoning them.
Here is where the path bifurcates, young human. Here and now you need to decide whether to disavow your power or to venture courageously and scrupulously into the depths of truth, no matter the consequences. You could devote the rest of your life to trying to make sense of this power, this gift. Or you could consider a different option. It's a dark path into a trackless wilderness from which few return. Not without a guide, at any rate. But it is also the short...
There's a lot of close-ups. It's intentional that there's a lot of close-ups and, a lot of eye shots.
Quickest route between today.
Also, I'm trying to get... how his eyebrows raise at that same moment? I always try to get... The most expression he gets is the eyebrows. I always try to use that as...
tomorrow. In your studies.
There's a claustrophobic feel I'm trying to get with the eyes.
Have you ever learned of the Sith?
A Jedi sect, weren't they? The result of a kind of family feud.
Yo, when is episode 2? Everyone waiting for episode 2. Ask me in a couple months, and then I'll give you an answer.
Yes. In some ways, just that. But more, the Sith are the prodigal offspring, destined to return and overthrow the Jedi.
The Sith are considered to be evil.
Evil? What is that? Moments ago you defined yourself as a storm. You said you were death itself. Are you evil, then? Or are you simply stronger and more awake than others? Who gives more shape to sentient history? The good?
This is very good teaching from Master Plagueis.
Who adhere to the tried and true? Or those who seek to rouse beings from their stupor and lead them to glory? A storm you are, but a much-needed one. To wash away the old and complacent, and prune the galaxy of dead weight.
Is this the wisdom you offer? The tenets of some arcane cult?
The test of its value is whether you can live by it. Palpatine.
If I had wanted that, I would have forced my parents years ago to surrender me to the Jedi Order, instead of transferring me from school to private.
This is,
And of what possible use do you think a person of your nature would be to the Jedi?
So it's intentional how they're...
Heartless.
It's intentional how wide the space is of the transformation scene.
Arrogant, insidious, and without shame or empathy.
Because trying to get the best angle for the kneeling. Okay. Here I would have... It originally was going to go... the scene in the dark cave where it vibrates?
Careful, boy. You are not the only being.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. VLC crashed. Alright. Quickly. Put that up again.
Coming transmit.
Well, in this too.
And will need to decide stronger and more awake as I. Here to boy.
There we go.
You are not the only being in this plush state room with the power to kill.
I can sense it.
What you sense is a fraction of what I can bring to bear.
I would think that this theme song is the only really like Star Wars theme you hear in the whole movie. Actually, yeah. Unless I missed the theme.
Right.
Besides the Plagueis theme from Revenge of the Sith with the choir.
I be of some use to the Sith.
The Emperor's theme is the only theme you hear from Star Wars soundtrack.
Possibly. Perhaps even.
Unless I missed one.
But we would have to wait and see.
Where are the Sith?
Just now, there is only one. Unless, of course, it is your will to join me.
I do wish to join you.
Then kneel before me and pledge that it is your will to join your destiny forever with the Order of the Sith Lords.
It is my will to join my destiny forever with the Order of the Sith Lords.
And
then it is done.
This was originally This was originally scored with the actual Vader transformation theme where it went dun 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 dun, dun, but we just changed it up to the Emperor theme.
The truth of you, now and forevermore, will be Sidious. In time you will come to understand that you are one with the dark side of the Force, and that your power is beyond contradiction. But just now, and until I tell you differently, about...
It's kind of upsetting how YouTube compressed this movie and the bitrate doesn't look as good as it does on VLC.
Abiding submission is your only road to salvation.
Alright, so we talked about earlier, a long time ago, about the Tenebrous Megiddo scene, how it foreshadows. This is the same, it's the same shot. Obviously, it's Megiddo, the place where E.D. Mundy got killed in Revenge of the Sith.
It was on this world that I first became aware of my Force powers and dark impulses.
So people say Plagueis sounds like Dooku. It was actually me and the voice actor's intention to the scene from Fellowship of the Ring where he's doing the speech towards the Misty Mountains. This was directly inspired by that.
Unlike temperate munalist, my Ito is ruthless, but I adapted. By age 8, I could venture into violent storms barely dressed. But I haven't brought you here to recount my past, Sidious. If you were adapted to these conditions, I would have taken you to a desert. If you were aquatic, I would have stranded you on dry land. The true divide between the Sith and the Jedi isn't just darkness versus light, but for you between naked cold and warmth, distress and comfort, entropy and predictability.
So this is actually the scene. This is actually more based on when people say Chris Dooku. This is intentionally based on that. But yeah, that's basically based on that.
Your blood is close to frozen. Too much time here and you will die. That is what you would think at the beginning. When the dark side has sniffed you out and sidled up to you, you will think, I will die. The dark side will kill me. And it's true, you will die, but only to be reborn. You must take deeply into yourself the knowledge of what it means to be removed. You must feel it in the marrow of your bones, because it will never be this. Do you remember killing them?
This scene is cut down from the book. There's a lot more torture he does to Sidious.
Yeah. Yes.
I cut it down because it kind of went on too long, and the movie's this is an ending point.
Yes.
Very good. I can feel your move and sense your increasing power. I can't have your will tempered by feelings of regret or compassion you were brought into being to lead. Therefore, you must see everything as nothing more than a tool to elevate you, to move you to your destined place. This is our galaxy, Sidious, our reality. In this pitiless place, your power is forged. Even a Jedi can surpass the Order's teachings through fear or hatred and discover greater power. But no Jedi who kills in anger or desire can truly claim the dark side, merely rationalizing their actions. The Sith embrace the dark from the start, focusing on power without excuses. We stalk the Force like hunters, rather than surrender like prey to its enigmatic whims.
Plagueis' voice reminds me of Dooku. This scene is inspired by Dooku, so that's why it probably sounds that way. Okay, that's actually funny enough as wonky as this him force pushing away Sidious. That's actually Sidious's scream from Empire Strikes Back, or not Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi.
I am your torturer, Sidious. You lie and try to reverse our roles, making yourself shine to the dark side. So appease me, Sidious. Tell me again how you killed them. If you don't already want to murder me, you will. The urge to kill one's superior is intrinsic. My strength, wisdom, and achievements fuel your envy and desire. This dynamic set by Darth Bane must endure until I guide you to parity. Then we must work together without secrets or mistrust to realize our goals. Until then, you must prove your worthiness to me and the dark side. Transform.
Yeah, so this is cut down a little bit. There's a lot more that was there because there's supposed to be also a lightsaber fight, or Plagueis using his lightsaber against Sidious. I figured that again. It really just needs to be summed up. It's just it's just the beginning of the training, and one error I did from the novel is Sidious isn't supposed to be wearing his robes yet. He's supposed to be dying of cold. What if? Well, let's just see that he has the robes, but he has no environmental suit like Plagueis always does. Plagueis always has his suit on. So just imagine that he can't have that suit.
Your hatred into power.
And there's some talking in the background. I forgot to fix that too.
Overcoming any
you can't hear it, but it's Jim Cornette, since I'm a Jim Cornette fan.
Obstacle.
How much longer, Master?
Perhaps a moment, perhaps an eternity. Stop thinking about the future and anchor yourself in the present. A Sith apprentice learns pain from the start and inflicts it. A Sith goes for the throat just as you did on your family's starship.
I meant, how much longer will it take me to learn?
Hard to tell. Humans are their own worst enemies. Your body isn't meant to withstand real punishment. It is easily injured and slow to heal. Your olfactory and tactile senses are relatively acute, but your auditory and visual senses are extremely limited.
Have I no strengths, Master?
Of course. You have the Force, apprentice, and the talent to lead. Or you have...
Okay. Here's an error. I forgot to fix the pitch on Plagueis' voice, so he sounds lighter all of a sudden. Obviously, you can't notice this unless you listen very closely.
Of a serial killer. Though we need to hold that in reserve unless violence serves some extraordinary purpose. We are not butchers, Sidious, like some past Sith Lords. We are architects of the future.
I'm using Star Wars movie duels, which you can buy for like $5, I think. Or Jedi Academy is actually the name of it. It's a mod. Here, I will. If people want to purchase the game, it's available. I will. We are so back. What's the significance of the orca? Well, I love orcas. It's my favorite animal. And I live in the Pacific Northwest where orcas are common. This is the orca town. So I love orcas. Orcas are my style. There's another orca production group called Bellina Productions. They're not real orcas. They do Sonic stuff. They're not real orcas. We are the real orcas here. We are killer whales. We make killer content. And that is the commentary. That was a long commentary. I thought that was going to be maybe 3 hours. That was 4 hours. I guess because we had a lot of 20K celebrations and we had a lot of dissecting of the Plagueis. I wasn't going to expect to pause this a lot, but again, if people this is the director's commentary, so it's 4 hours long. If you guys always want to see the original, it's right there. And remember, the original movie's non-profit. This is commentary, so it's monetized. Just pointing that out. Wonder, do you take saves when you arrange NPCs? Sometimes, yeah. I do save my streams. Thank you for the incredible stream. I was glad I dissected everything about Plagueis to you guys. Everything I did. It was a long ass fucking stream. My chair broke midway. We got a lot of support from the super chats. And Solonic. I want to thank Solonic, the big boys, AI, the real AI. Rossi, my guy, that rhymed. Solonic, Solonic again, Solonic, and then Rossi, and then Monty, of course. Dear good old Monty. All you guys are very. Oh, and Inverse. Can't forget Inverse. Starica, Tesco, Stratos. Yeah, we do eat livers. Sharks suck. Lando, thank you. Eli, Gravewalkers, Kathy Flynn, Dango, Project Shift. Again, if you guys have it, spread the Plagueis movie around. Spread it. Get it out there. Let's have it grow. Let it grow. Let it grow. We talked about Theory's role in this. Theory voiced the character. Part 2. I just started on part 2. It's going to take a while. People keep asking me when part 2 coming out. How long did it take for Attack of the Clones to come out after episode 1? People should think about that. It's not going to take as long as Attack of the Clones. Attack of the Clones took like 2-3 years to come out after The Phantom Menace. They filmed right after The Phantom Menace. How many parts are in the Plagueis book? There's 3 acts. We are on Act 2 now. So, yeah, Star Wars Theory was venomous. I hope Theory makes a Plagueis Theory saber soon. You should petition him. Say, make a Theory. Can you construct a lightsaber based on the Everest Plagueis movie? We love the design. I should look at it more closely. It's actually it's kind of like a. I'll have to work on get real screenshots of it because it's a pretty interesting design. It's I think it's like Obi-Wan's saber, but it's like more of a walking stick. it's something. It's more of a cane or staff type, but it's not necessarily like a double bladed lightsaber. It's more of a bigger. It's more like a staff or something like that. Cold take. Chimera is affected combatant, but his philosophy is rather novice or delinquent level when compared to Darth, Bane, Sith lineage. Chimera is written by Leslie Headland, so that's all you need to know about his philosophies. You bet, and he shall hook you with the saber if he does make it. Oh, I would love a theory saber, or a neopixel, or just any saber of the kind. Uh, but I would like to create my own saber one of these days. Not run a saber company. Like how does an orca saber sound? It's like black and white. It's like you got the black, you got the orca colors on it. It lights up. Maybe it has a white hilt. It's like, yeah, Chimera is terrible. Well, the whole show terrible. Um, but we had a pretty decent turnout for the commentary. I thought it was going to be a couple people. I didn't expect this to be another watch party of Plagueis. This is another watch party of yeah. This was another watch party. I'm gonna look into memberships. See if I can get those up. I don't think I will, but it's one of those things. But hit like and subscribe. Um, of course, we're gonna do more streams. Or one of the future things besides Plagueis Part 2 or Episode 1, there's a Darth Bane video coming. Give it some time. Give it some time. It'll come eventually. There's a Darth Bane video coming, so keep an eye out. I know that some people will get excited about that. There's a Darth Bane video coming. Plagueis Episode 2 is going to take a couple months to work on. We're going to finish up Labyrinth of Evil. If anyone hasn't seen Labyrinth of Evil Part 1, it's more of an audio drama, so it's something you listen to. Yeah, Bane's coming. We're gonna do we're gonna finish Darth Disciple eventually. I'm kind of booked right now, but Darth Disciple is in the works. Orchatosis, yeah. And of course, my plan is to try to go to MegaCon. I'm gonna try to organize that around November, December. That's gonna be. I'm gonna try to. Obviously, I'm gonna try to crowdfund that because right now I'm broke as hell. So I'm not going to any damn con or going to any meetup till I get my situation fixed. I mean, have you seen my credit score? Whew, I gotta fix that. That's what happens when you move away from somewhere. Orchatosis comes from the pure guilt. Ugh, that was kind of a. It comes from the whales from Ahsoka. Purgil. If I grab my ankles, my ass looks a lot like Pax Team. I just saw this. I just saw this comment about the Plagueis. Yeah. Yeah, the algorithm's been pretty good. It was at 2K right now. It's growing back up. It's at 1200 right now. 12,055. I think the algorithm, they're trying to push it down. The algorithm trying to push it down, but it can't be bought. Plagueis can't be beat, man. He is the best Sith Lord. He's the mastermind. No one can beat Plagueis. No one can beat Palpatine. And if anyone hasn't seen we'll show some previews. That's not much of a preview. If anyone hasn't seen, we've started production on Plagueis Part 2, and I'll show some more. Yeah. So here's a screenshot of Plagueis Part 2. Of the new textures on Palpatine or Palpy's face. He looks more like Ian McDiarmid. He's starting to look more like Ian McDiarmid. That's middle aged and whatnot. Here's another one. Here's what his textures did look like. They didn't look as good as they do now. But we got that all organized and everything. Also, here is another screenshot of a character everyone knows by heart. Here's another screenshot of a very great Jedi Master. And that just started production, so it'll take a while. But I think we're good now. I think I'm gonna rest my ass. So I want to thank everyone for coming to everything. This is the 20K, 20K, 20K. Time to get the 30K. Let's spread those wings. 'Cause I'm free. Free falling. And goodbye song. Yeah, I'm gonna get a new chair. I have a chair. I'm gonna have to get it. I also want to thank all the super chatters again. Very, especially Solonic, since he's a good friend. I've known him for a couple of years. Thank you, Solonic. You're always the best, my friend. And then I also want to thank AI. AI was a big contributor. Rossi, and of course, Inverse. Can't forget you, my friend, and Monty. Can't forget Monty. Subscribed, awaiting part 2. All right, that's good. But yeah, this has been in production since March, and I'm glad we were able to dissect it a little more. I'm not going to talk about episode 1 anymore. It's time to go to the future. So this is the end of the commentary of episode 1. If you are listening, and remember to hit like and subscribe. Spread Plagueis around, try to get people to watch it. It's a unique way of animation. It's like the old days of Red versus Blue, but it's Star Wars. We love Star Wars. We love real Star Wars. We love the EU. So yeah, spread that baby around and like butter. Spread it like a plague. So, oh, Floyd, you live in Washington? Well, I live in the same area. I live in Federal Way. Not not like not like being creepy or anything. I live in the same area. If you're ever in town, and if anyone's ever in town or wants to go to the convention, yeah, let's meet up. I'd like to get my own kiosk at the I wish there would be a Star Wars convention here. I would like to get my own kiosk, and I would sell free copies of Plagueis, or I wouldn't sell, I would give away free copies of Plagueis on like a disc or something. Obviously you can't sell this, but you can give away. I think if it's free, if it's non-profit, I think it's good. It's signed and everything. I mean, there were some weird people selling bootlegs of Godzilla -1 at the SummerCon, and I was like, what? Godzilla -1. And they were selling them for extravagant prices. $20 for a bootleg that looks sun bleached. Who let these scammers in these conventions? I swear. Yeah, I'll always sign stuff. I also have a merch store. If you guys want to get some Orca mugs, get that in. I'm not trying to be a salesman right now. It's the end of the stream, so I'm kind of just like going on. But we're gonna end it off here. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for supporting me, and we let it be known that we Star Wars fans are architects of the future.